Please bear with me as there will be a bit of a learning curve with this new platform. And let's go ahead and get started. My name is, okay, if I can get my slideshow to work. My name is Cassie, or Cassandra. I am the archaeological assistant and the armed training coordinator here at the Bureau of Archaeological Research. We're with the Division of Historical Resources. I am going to put my web camera on right now so that you can have a face with the name, but it will not stay on. But I just wanted to introduce myself, just so everyone can know who they're talking to. But this is me. So what you can expect today. This is an interactive webinar. You don't need a microphone. You can answer questions through chat. You can answer questions through questions. If you have a microphone, great. If you don't, no big deal. The course is roughly 8 hours. We will have two 15-minute breaks, one in the morning, one in the afternoon, and one 1-hour break for lunch. And as you have questions, feel free to enter them in this questions pane or the chat, and I will get to them as quickly as I can. So, historical sites is a non-renewable resource. So that's what we're talking about today. Really is how you guys can be equipped to handle and help protect these cultural resources and historical sites. Jonathan, I see you have a hand raised. Did you have a question? Yeah, so historical sites okay, cool. Historical sites, as I'm sure you can infer, they're not a renewable resource. They're not like water. They're not like an animal species that can be rehabilitated and brought back. Historical sites and archaeological deposits, once they are gone forever. So we really try to make sure that they are documented well and we know everything that we can know about them before they are gone. That way we can learn more about our history as a state and as a country, really. They need to be taken into consideration when doing any kind of undertaking on state lands. If they are not taken into consideration, as I'm sure that they have not been in the past, especially before the National Historic Preservation Act, we run the risk of losing valuable information about Florida's history, and it's not great. We want to know as much as we can about the history of the state that we are living in, the state that a lot of us love so much. So, what are you going to gain from this training? So from this training, you will become informed and equipped to continue to manage cultural resources. You will gain an awareness of potential adverse impacts to cultural resources. Your expertise will reduce the need to hire professional archaeologists, and that is important because nowadays hiring a professional archaeologist just to monitor, not to do any actual groundbreaking archaeology, just to monitor, can run you about $3,000 a day. It can be very expensive, and it can add a lot of strain onto projects that you have planned. And then you'll be able to prevent inadvertent discoveries of sites during construction and your expertise will decrease the time for DHR project review. Now, this certification is a privilege, not a right. We are not in the business of taking away certifications. Let me come up, or let me be clear on that. But there have been some cases of misusing the certification, and we do reserve the right to take it away or ask for additional training if need be. So, what does managing your land have to do with DHR? Well, this is from the Florida Statutes, Chapter 267. All treasure trove artifacts and such objects having intrinsic or historical and archaeological value, which have been abandoned on state-owned lands or state-owned sovereignty submerged lands, shall belong to the state with title thereto vested in the Division of Historical Resources. So basically, that's a long-winded way of saying anything that comes from any artifact, anything with historical and archaeological value coming from state lands belongs to the Division of Historical Resources. This is so that we as a state don't lose our historic and archaeological resources, because again, they are a non-renewable resource. And this way we can learn more about our history and help preserve it. This is only applicable on state lands and sovereignty submerged lands. So, who is the Division of Historical Resources? We cooperate with federal and state agencies, local governments, and organizations and individuals to ensure that historical resources are taken into consideration at all levels of planning. So, as a big surprise with the Division of Historical Resources, everything comes back to historical resources. We do not want to lose them. They are very, very important. And that is what the Division of Historical Resources does, is we work very hard to, and we work with all levels of governments, local governments, state agencies, federal agencies, to make sure that our historical resources are preserved. We advise and assist federal and state agencies and local governments in carrying out their historic preservation responsibilities and programs. So under the DHR, there is the Bureau of Archaeological Research. That's what I'm a part of, and that's what this ARM training is under. And in the Bureau of Archaeological Research, we have public lands archaeology, underwater archaeology, collections and conservations, and Katie Miar is the state archaeologist and the bureau chief of the Bureau of Archaeological Research. Now, under DHR, there is also the Bureau of Historic Preservation. You will see compliance and review and the Florida Master Site File both have little asterisks next to them. That's because they are, for the most part, the two sections you're going to be dealing with under Bureau of Historic Preservation. You're not really, again, for the most part, you're not really going to be working with the Folk Life program or the Main Street program. You might work with the National Register, and then they have the grants program as well. And Ruben Acosta is the bureau chief for that. Now, all right, public lands archaeology, and that is the section that I belong to. We are responsible for archaeological surveys on state lands. Now, our archaeological surveys, for the most part, because we don't really have a big crew of archaeologists to go and dig shovel tests all over your lands. Our surveys are mostly what are called reconnaissance surveys, and that's where we come to the property, we look around, and we look for indicators of areas within the property that would have a high probability of yielding an archaeological site. And that includes a lot of research ahead of the survey. LIDAR, which gives high resolution topographic maps. It's like an elevation map. It's what happens is a drone or a plane will fly over whatever area they're making the LIDAR map of and send out signals, and those signals will bounce back and they'll give the elevation. And you will see a LIDAR map later on in this presentation. We use LIDAR maps, we use historic maps and aerials, and we use plat maps to help us determine which areas in your lands are going to have the highest probability of yielding an archaeological or historical site. So we also administer archaeological research permits. You have to have a permit to do any research, archaeological research, or excavate on state lands. If you do not have a permit, you cannot excavate. And Nick Yarborough, he is our permit administrator right now. And he's doing a great job about that. Now, damage assessments in response to violations of state statutes. So, this is a fun one. If you've caught someone looting on your property, and specifically if you have caught and they have been arrested, we come out and we do a damage assessment. The damage assessments, they're a little difficult because according to our duties and state statutes, we need to assign a cost value, a monetary value to the archaeological resources lost. Well, archaeological resources, a lot of that is information. How do you quantify information? So basically what we do when we do these damage assessments, we go out, we pretty much calculate how much money it would have cost for the excavations and the dirt that has been moved to be done the right way by archaeologists. We include how much it would cost to do our ethical duties, like making a report on it afterwards, how much it would cost to analyze the artifacts in the lab, things like that. And, you'd be surprised, science is expensive. So some of those damage assessments have a very high cost. Now, we assist state and local land managers on cultural resources. What's the average amount for something like that? I don't know if I can say the average amount, but it ranges from, we've had one in the 1 million range, and we've had one in the 2,000 or 3,000 range. I'd say probably the average would be around 10 to 20,000, but it really depends on how much dirt they moved. Yeah, it can, like I said, science can get expensive. Anyway, so we assist state and local land managers with their cultural resources as well. And we are all responsible for individual research projects. A lot of times our duties keep us away from individual research projects, but we are responsible for them. Now, we have Paulette McFadden. She is the Public Lands Archaeology Supervisor. She's also the one you are going to want to contact if you catch a looter or if you notice some looting. She's our law enforcement coordinator. Jason O'Donohue, I'm sure some of you have worked with him before. He is in charge of our management plans. Nick Yarborough, he is in charge of the research permits. We have Jerry Lee, he's our Mission San Luis archaeologist. Then we have Brandon Ackerman and me, Cassie Frederick. So, BAR underwater archaeology. So that's another big part of the Bureau of Archaeological Research. We want to make sure our resources and our sovereignty submerged lands are protected as well. they are responsible for archaeological surveys on sovereign submerged lands. They are responsible for exploration contracts and damage assessments as well, technical assistance regarding Florida's underwater heritage, and they are also responsible for their individual research projects. And in that section, we have Ryan Duggins. He's the supervisor for underwater archaeology. We have Melissa Price, Sean Joy, and Amy Sosha. So, underwater archaeology is starting this new cultural resource protection training program. Oh my goodness gracious. There we go. Sorry about that. So they are starting a new cultural resource protection training program that is specifically geared towards law enforcement. They have been finding that a lot of land managers, a lot of law enforcement officials who work on state lands have these sovereignty submerged lands within their jurisdiction, but don't quite know what to do. Why does it keep doing that? Don't quite know what to do with them. So this training might be for you if that sounds like you. If you're interested in learning more about types of submerged archaeological sites found in Florida, if you're interested in learning more about laws and regulations that protect submerged archaeological sites and what to do if you encounter a submerged archaeological site, this will be the program for you. I know they're hoping to do a couple of pilot programs this year. So please, if that sounds like something that you need and or would be interested in, contact Ryan Duggins. His email address is right here, ryanduggins@dos.myflorida.com. All of our email addresses are our first dot, our last name @dos.myflorida.com. So feel free to contact him for more information. Okay, so conservation and collections. This is a very important part of our job, especially when you're talking about sovereignty submerged lands. They treat, preserve, manage, and maintain the material remains from Florida's diverse heritage. They are responsible for over 250,000 artifacts. They make materials available to museums and researchers. They loan artifacts to museums and researchers. So if on your land you have a little, maybe at your visitor center, you might like a little display of artifacts that have been found in your lands, contact Marie Prentice and we'll see if we can get you set up with that. All artifacts found on state lands are deeded to DHR, and when they are removed from the site, they go to collections. Now, if you find any artifacts as you're walking around your site, we don't want you to pick those up. We don't want you to take those back. But if they are picked up, if they are taken away from their site, any time they are taken, they need to go to collections because, again, they are deeded to DHR. And that's part of why the looting cases and these damage assessments are taken so seriously, is because when these people are stealing archaeological resources from state lands, they are stealing from the state. They're stealing from the Division of Historical Resources. So I would like to point out too that we have the largest conservation lab in the Southeast United States. And we are one of the only states that have our own conservation lab. So it's pretty cool. In this picture right here, one of our conservation archaeologists Jessica Roosh. She's working on conserving the barrel of a musket. So a lot of times I said this conservation is especially pertinent with artifacts coming from sovereignty submerged lands. A lot of them are rusted because, well, water. So they work on preserving and conserving those. And in this branch of BAR, we have Sam Wilford, Marie Prentice, Sam Chapman, Jessica Burns, Jessica Roosh. I don't think Jessica Roosh is there anymore, but we also have Darby Robbins and Laura Arquez. Now, the Bureau of Historic Preservation, Florida Master Site File. This is one of the sections from BHP that I said you will be working with a lot. They maintain, and fun fact, I actually used to work for the Florida Master Site File, so I'm very, very familiar with how wonderful of a program they are. So the Florida Master Site File maintains an inventory of all known historic structures and sites. The key word there is known. There are a lot of historic structures and sites that are not known. So we are getting more and more historic structures and sites submitted to the Florida Master Site File annually, daily even. Because as people are becoming more aware of how important archaeological resources are, you might find an archaeological site on your property, your personal property that you might want to record. And I mean, that's something that as state lands, we can't do. We only, as state lands archaeologists, we only deal with state lands. But if you, any citizen can submit their historic structures and historic sites and archaeological sites to the Florida Master Site File, and it gets added to the inventory. Now, when I say historic, I mean 50 years or older. Anything that is at least 50 years old is considered historic. So if a structure is 50 years old or older, it is considered historic and can be added to the Florida Master Site File. So they also respond to requests for information about sites. They file submissions of information about sites, and there are 7,000 new sites or updates annually. And the archaeological site locations are exempt from sunshine laws. That's important to note because especially if it's a very, very sensitive archaeological site, like if there are human remains involved, it might be a little tricky getting exact locations for these sites. I agree, 50 years doesn't seem long enough to be historic, but it definitely is, because think about how much has changed in the past 50 years, you know? So in this section, there's Chip Birdsong. He is the supervisor. There's Chris Fowler, and he's probably going to be the person you want to email for most of your needs. He would probably be able to help you best. And then Dr. Emin Vopsy. Now, the Bureau of Historic Preservation, Compliance, and Review. This is another section you're going to be working with a lot, especially if you have any projects going on. And so to answer your question, Robert, there is a chat section, but I don't know if it's working. I sent out a little chat. I don't know. I'm seeing a lot of you aren't seeing it, so that's perfectly fine. Just send it in the questions, and I'll make sure to, especially when you're answering questions that I ask, I'll make sure to read the answers out loud and stuff. so that you guys can see what everybody else is answering. All right, so compliance and review, they review development projects and other ground disturbing activity projects. They ensure compliance with preservation laws, and they review historic preservation components of local government comprehensive plans or state land management plans. Again, their whole job is to make sure that we're not accidentally bulldozing an archaeological site, or we're not destroying a 80, 90-year-old structure that looks dilapidated but is incredibly important. Things like that. That is why compliance and review exists. Kelly Chase is the section supervisor for compliance and review, and Jennifer Tobias is the state lands reviewer. There are a lot of other people in the compliance and review section, but Jennifer Tobias is going to be the person that you work with the most. She is the state lands reviewer. All right, we are available if you have questions about, I need to build something and don't want to disturb a site. Jennifer Tobias is the person to talk to. If someone was arrested for looting a site, you're going to want to call up Paulette and make sure that you can get a damage assessment done. What should my management plan say about historic resources, or really just any questions about management plans? Jason O'Donohue is your person. Any questions about research or permits? Nick Yarbrough. If you found an unrecorded site, or if you're not sure if a site is recorded, Chris Fowler. And if you found some bones that look to you to be human, Katie Miar, our state archaeologist. All right, so now we get into the fun part. What is archaeology? Archaeology is anthropology, or it is nothing. Cultural resources includes archaeological sites, resource groups, bridges, cemetery structures, etc. Morgan, we will get to your, Morgan asked, could you provide an example of what would make a particular 50-plus-year-old building important? We will get to that a little bit later in the presentation, so I will circle back to that question. But cultural resources includes archaeological sites, resource group, like old bridges, old roads, things like that. Those are all cultural resources, and those are all things that we want to protect. This training specifically is focused on archaeological sites, but we will be very briefly discussing historic structures and things like that. Now, again, if it's more than 50, if it's 50 years old or older, it is considered a cultural resource. So anthropology is the studies of humans, past and present. So archaeology is really the study of humans, past and present, through their material culture. And by material culture, I of course mean the artifacts, the materials they leave behind, stone tools, pottery, things like that. That's how we learn more about these people. So, yep, archaeology is the study of past human behavior through material culture. Oftentimes we are digging through people's trash. And I tell you what, you can learn a lot of things about past humans by digging through their trash. Because if you think about it, the type of things that you discard say a lot about you. And it says a lot about, it teaches us a lot about past humans as well. Now, this picture in the top left corner, that's from the what we call the Paleo-Indian era. There's not going to be much material culture left from this time. period, but stone tools, and that's for the most part all we really get. Now this picture in the top right, that's from the woodlands period. Sometimes we get basketry. Underwater sites have had human hair found in burials, and we do see pottery and stone tools from this time period. Bottom left corner is this colonial era. Sometimes we have houses. We have a lot more preserved in the material culture from the colonial era. And in this time period, we start getting written descriptions that help us a whole lot. Of course, we have to take those written descriptions with a grain of salt, but they do help us a whole lot in figuring out what life was like back then. And then the modern era, this is modern historic, so to speak. We start getting photography as well as a lot more preserved material culture and the written descriptions that we see in the colonial era. So you may think it's a little weird to have this picture of all these modern cups up here. Archaeology is the study of past human behavior through material culture. Now, these pictures are used to show that context is everything, different contexts for different things. And that's why it's so important to find these things in their context. You're not going to find a sippy cup, or at least not often going to find a sippy cup in the same place you'd find a beer stein. You know, you wouldn't necessarily expect that. So it's very important to find things in the context that they were originally in. Finding something alone and without context, something that had been taken from its original site, it doesn't give us a lot of information about those peoples, about what might have happened at that site. And honestly, sometimes it can be kind of useless if we find it without the context. So this is why it's very important to preserve these sites. So what is an artifact? An artifact is any object made or intentionally modified by humans. So this top picture right here is a carved bone, a bone, animal bone. That's natural, right? But as soon as these humans start modifying it, carving into it, cutting it to use as a tool, that makes it an artifact. So pretty much everything that is around you at your desk, in your house, wherever you are, that is going to be an artifact someday. Tools, stone tools, those are artifacts. A regular old untouched stone, that's not an artifact. But once it gets modified and worked to suit the needs of past humans, that makes it an artifact. Now, features. A feature is an evidence. Oh my goodness, I can't get the hang of that. Feature is an evidence of human presence that cannot be moved. So post holes, storage pit. Features can be a little difficult to find for the untrained eye because it really is just kind of like a stain in the ground. You can see right here in this middle picture of a feature that there's this like black dirt in this ring right here. That is a feature. That shows, that stain in the dirt shows that this might have been a pit where they filled back in. Yes, it is 50 years to be an artifact as well. So technically soda cans and soda bottles from 50 years ago can be artifacts. And we will talk more in depth about that a little bit later. So features, they're a little bit difficult to find sometimes. It is important to find in the ground as we are digging these features, because if we don't dig these in our archaeological, methodical way, then we might really know nothing about it. Specifically, in this feature, you can see layers of ash, and that's what this dark soil is. So this is probably either a hearth where they would scrape out layers of ash and then burn more things, or it's a trash pit where they just throw things in there, burn up their trash, put more trash in there, burn it up again. And these are very important to find in context. An ecofact. Ecofacts are objects that may have been used by humans, but show no modification. So plant remains, animal bones, shells. Those are the things where if you know you are on an archaeological site and you're excavating an archaeological site and you find animal bones that don't seem to be modified, those would be ecofacts. They're not necessarily used by humans, or they don't show any evidence of being used by humans, but they probably were, like, animals were food. They were probably used by humans for sustenance, and that's what makes them an ecofact. Midden, you will hear me talk about midden a good bit in this presentation. Midden is a cultural materials that have accumulated over time, and midden is often made from organic materials. So a lot of times as these past humans were living in some place, they would have a specific place for their discards, like they're eating oysters, they throw their shells here, things like that. That becomes midden over time, and especially when it's a very concentrated organic materials, it can get this really, really, really dark earth. It can make this really dark earth. All right, so talked a lot about context, artifacts in context. Here we go. So we have horizontal context that is called plane or bird's eye view. That's as if you're looking down at the site from the air. This is very helpful to show the spatial distribution of a site. The mess hall was here, the chief's house was here, things like that. But this vertical context is called the worm's eye view, and this is about stratigraphy of the soil. This is where we can really see how things were done throughout time. This stratigraphy in the soil, for example, this is that dark earth midden that I was talking about. It's very, very dark, and that shows a level of occupation. It's, again, usually a result of organic material being placed in the area, and while we might not have fabrics or pottery or we might not even find any artifact to show that humans were living in this area. But with this concentration of organic materials, it's a very good indicator that there might have been humans living in this area at that time. And then you see this clean white sand on top. This was likely placed there on purpose to kind of cap that midden. Every once in a while you can see that. They kind of make it a better place for them to live. And then you see another area of midden on top of that, slightly less dark than this, but still a pretty good indicator that there were humans living here at that time. And then you have this lighter sand it seems to be an indicator that this site was dormant at that time, that there weren't people living here at that time. And then you start getting back into darker sand on top, which might indicate some more occupation. So while horizontal context can show how the space was used by the people who lived there, vertical context can show how it was used throughout time. And that's it can be very, very important in figuring out how these people lived and how long certain populations lived in a certain place. So how is archaeology done? We have phase 1 survey, phase 2 testing, and phase 3 excavation. Now, a lot of archaeology that is done in the US is done by CRM firms, cultural resource management firms, because they're able to have the manpower to do it. Now, phase 1 survey, that's the initial surveys. They come in, they do, well, first they have to do their research. This is that LiDAR that I was telling you guys about earlier. And this happens to be LiDAR from shell mounds and mounds in Crystal River, existing sites. And you can see these high elevations and this proximity to fresh water. Even if we didn't know there was an actual site there, it's a pretty good indicator that there would be a site there because of the high elevation and the proximity to water. Especially if you're a nomadic people, you're going to want to be close to your resources. You're going to want to be close to water. And these mounds were built this high elevation. You don't see it in this area. So having these areas of such high elevation and relatively low-lying area, it's a good indicator that humans might have put that there and built up that elevation, built up that mound. So LiDAR is used, historic aerials, and historic plat maps are all used to help figure out what your high probability areas are. If you know that there was a historic homestead in your survey area, even if that historic homestead isn't there now, you have a pretty good chance of finding a historic archaeological site because, you'll find bricks, you'll find nails, you might find the dinnerware of the people who lived in that historic homestead, the tools that they used, things like that. So those resources are very important in figuring out what your high probability areas are. And once they find out what the high probability areas are, they do a surface survey. They go through and they do shovel tests. And I believe in Florida, the specifications of shovel tests are 50 centimeters around and 1 meter deep. Of course, if you're hitting bedrock before 1 meter, that's your shovel test, you're done. But yeah, so they do shovel tests, and that's what a phase 1 survey is. And then here's a good picture of a shovel test right there. Oh, some more pictures of shovel tests. And a lot of times these shovel tests are laid out in maps like this. They also, at this phase, they do a pedestrian survey. That's walking around. Oftentimes it's walking in a line through, it's most effective when there's either low-lying vegetation or no vegetation. You're not going to be able to find artifacts when you're in scrub grass up to your knees that's so dense you can't see the ground. But when there's little to no vegetation, you can walk through the area and see if there are any artifacts on the ground, because a lot of times, due to animals burrowing, plowing of fields, etc., there are a lot of things that can bring artifacts to the surface. Shovel tests, like I mentioned, they are done on a grid going north to south, and they help bound the sites. So as you can see in this example, all these dark circles, those are shovel tests that were positive. Those are shovel tests that had an artifact. And all around it, the clear circles, those are shovel tests that were negative. So you can tell from where your positive shovel tests and where your negative shovel tests are, that how the site is bounded. James asked, can you use herbicides to clear areas, or is it too damaging to artifacts? I would say that depends on the artifact. If you know for a fact you're going to find artifacts there, I would say probably not use herbicides. But honestly, a lot of these artifacts, they've been in the ground for thousands of years. They've been around for thousands of years. There's not a ton you're going to be able to do to hurt them. They're hardier than you might think. So, but I would say herbicides specifically to clear areas to do a pedestrian survey is not really necessary, because a lot of times they'll still do shovel tests. All right, so phase 2 testing. If you find a site, if you find a site during your phase 1 testing, during your survey, if you find a feature, if you stumble across a feature, things like that, if you find a site that is very dense, you're probably going to want to do a phase 2 testing. And that's where you put in, usually it's just a 1 by 1 meter square, but it could be larger, up to 2 by 2 meters. You can see in here we're digging squares. We're digging with a string tied to nails around it to make sure that we have nice straight lines. Now, anybody have any idea why we might be digging in squares? Why it might be important to dig in squares rather than dig in like a hole? For square feet, that's a good answer. Easier to get exact measurements. That's exactly right, Teresa. It's easier to get exact measurements, and specifically, it matches up very well with graph paper. That's really a good reason we make these grids, to make sure that we get that we cover the area that we want to cover and nothing is missed. And the best way to do that is with graph paper and drawing these in. Oh, the sign, the signs are different depending on the site. This one means it's 30 centimeters below soil and below surface, and they were digging this on the 29th of September. PU2 is probably the site number. But the signs vary based on site and how specifically you are doing the excavation. But okay, so when we do phase 2 testing, this is when we're going to start being very methodical about how we're digging. We are going to be digging in 10 centimeter layers. This helps this helps see the profile view, this context that we were talking about, the stratification of the soil. And this helps us figure out if a site is significant or not. Now, significant, that can be pretty subjective, right? But when I say significant, I mean specifically significance and the National Register. Taylor asked, is that a tool under the sign? That is a north arrow, and it can also be used as a scale. So yes, it is a tool in a sense that it's used for pictures. It helps tell us where north is, and it helps give the size of an artifact, but it's not something we would be digging with. Now, significance and the National Register. The National Register of Historic Places. This is a list. It is a measuring stick. And it affords the site no protection at all. So just because something is on the National Register doesn't mean it can't still get destroyed. That is unfortunate, very unfortunate, but it is what it is. There are 1,600 National Register listed sites in Florida, and there are many more eligible and potentially eligible sites. So this is where we get into that earlier question. I don't remember who asked it, but what would make a particular 50-plus-year-old structure or artifact or site be considered important? What is considered significant for the National Register if it is associated with a historically important person? So like Monticello, that's important because it is associated with a historically important person. If you have something in your park that is associated with someone that is very important to the state historically, maybe it's I don't know, maybe Andrew Jackson stayed at this little homestead that you still have on your property. That would be significant to the National Register because a historically important person is associated with it. A place where something of historic significance occurred, a lot of that is battlefields and historic meeting places, like very, very important meeting places where they planned the attack of one of the battles in the Revolutionary War. Those would be eligible for the National Register under that particular requirement. If it's representative of a particular type of architecture, if we're talking about Mediterranean architecture in America, and there's a structure that is particularly evident of that, and just a fantastic example of that particular type of architecture, that could be significant and warrant a National Register listing. And if it has data that can answer important questions about the past, and that last little bullet point right there, that is what a lot of our archaeological sites that are listed falls under. Because I mean, yes, you can have archaeological sites that are associated with historically important people or places where something of historic significance occurred. But the big draw from archaeological sites is that they have data that can answer very, very important questions about the past. What these people ate, what were their burial practices, things like that. That is what is going to make an archaeological site significant. And the eligibility for that is determined by the state archaeologist. So The next phase, and this is the last phase of archaeology, of archaeological excavation, I should say, is how phase 3 excavation. Now, phase 3 excavation is where we actually get in there and we do more than just that one little test pit. Phase 3 is about mitigation. It is about data recovery. So a lot of times that's, some bigwig bought this property and is going to build a big old condo complex there. They found some really cool things in their shovel tests. Then they did a phase 2 test and found that it was very important. We need to figure out what all we can learn about this site before it's destroyed. And it's important to realize too that archaeology itself is destructive. We talk so much about trying to preserve the past, and archaeology does do that. But it's also important to note that as we are learning more about the past, as we are excavating these things, we're also destroying them because we're taking them out of the ground. That's why archaeology is done in such a methodical way. That way we can know exactly all there is to know from the site before it is destroyed. So the site on the bottom left here, this is called the Miami Circle. Some of you might have heard of it before. And basically what happened at the Miami Circle, big surprise, it's in Miami. And as you can see here, it's in a circle. Very creative name. But it was discovered during prep for construction. This is right on the Miami River. They were going to put up some big condos, I believe, and it was discovered during preparation for construction. They found very, very significant archaeology on the site. So they did a full-scale excavation mitigation. They went right down to the limestone, and that's what you're seeing here is the limestone. And all of these holes that you're seeing in the circle, these are post holes that they found. And of course, that kind of indicates a massive structure. So these little holes all around here, those are little caches of animal bones, stone tools, pottery, things like that. There's some sort of separation. We can see here that there's some sort of separation between these caches that was significant to the people who lived there. And luckily in this case, the property owner sold the property to the state of Florida, and it is now a park with grass and a concrete circle matching the circle that you see in the picture here. So this site was preserved and interpreted in that way. Unfortunately, not every site gets that treatment, but it's nice when it does. All right, Amanda, you asked, what extent would the historical significance of a site have to go to prevent development from happening on it? So it really depends. I'd love to say we can save them all, but it really kind of depends on if it's on state lands, it's going to be saved for the most part. If it's not on state lands, if it's on private property, the owners have a maybe moral obligation to allow full-scale mitigation, but I don't believe they technically have a legal obligation to. So a lot of what happens when historical sites, historical structures are saved from being demolished, a lot of that is with local governments, like certain local county governments or city historic societies have gotten together and put this particular house on a register, and where in their local government it cannot be destroyed. But statewide and again on the national register, it doesn't mean that it can't be destroyed. That's all going to be about your local government. And some counties have those types of things where they have protections on historic structures and sites, and some do not. Edwina, how large did you say the Miami Circle is? I did not say, and that is because I do not know offhand. It's very big. I've seen it in person. It's very big. I'd say it's probably the size of like an average house, but I don't have exact measurements for you, unfortunately. James asked, does a bigwig have a legal responsibility to at least report the findings? Yes. Yeah, there's definitely a legal responsibility to do that. And yes. Okay, moving on to laboratory analysis. This is what happens after the archaeology is done. Well, as the archaeology is happening and after the archaeology is done, because it doesn't just stop with excavation. We have to wash and sort and analyze and count all of the artifacts that have come out of the excavation, and then we enter them into a database and we organize them for storage. This applies to survey, testing, and excavation. A general rule of thumb is you can kind of count on 4 hours in the lab for every hour in the field. And you kind of sort them by artifact type, and you analyze them after the fact and think about, in context, what does this assemblage tell us about human behavior? And that's another reason why context is so important, and excavating these things methodically is so important, because when we have when it's just this jumble with no provenience information, no information telling us where it came from, this doesn't tell us anything. But if we have the information telling us where it came from, this can tell us, especially vertically where it came from in the stratification of the soil, it can tell us a lot about different levels of habitation. And then we have an ethical obligation to report our findings. And part of this is because when we write these reports and our conclusions of our findings, these reports give other researchers the opportunity to compare their own research to ours. And by doing that, we have found a lot of really important information about the past. Specifically, this right here is Cahokia. And at this site, Cahokia, they found metal and silver from Northeast Canada. They found chert from the Midwest. They found obsidian. They found all these different artifacts from all these different places, which prove pretty much unequivocally that these peoples were trading, and they were bringing their goods from other places, and they were bringing their goods to other places as well. And that it's very important, because before this, a lot of people seem to think that these people were stagnant and their artifacts were stagnant, and that's just not really the case. All right, so we have a little bit of culture history. Oh goodness. So, Paleo-Indian period. This is approximately 12,000 before present to 9,500 before present. The Paleo-Indian people were high mobility. They were moving often. They had a very low population density, and they had a very varied diet. That includes megafauna, things like mastodons, all these massive creatures that existed back then that don't exist anymore. They were eating those. They were egalitarian, so they had very little social stratification. Um, and it's important to distinguish too that these are all hypotheses about how these people lived and existed in their environment, because we don't have a lot of artifacts from them. We know absolutely nothing about their mortuary practices. This was so long ago that really it's very, very, very rare that anything past stone tools survives from this period. We don't think they were making pottery at this time. A lot of the site types we find are isolated projectile points, flake scatters. Stratified habitation sites are very rare. So sites that show habitation throughout time for these people are very rare. A lot of these site locations are near a water source, and they're very deeply buried. It's also important to mention at this time that in this time period, Florida looked very, very different. Florida was a lot bigger, and the coast was a lot further out. So it could be, and it is it's very possible that a lot of these sites that would tell us a lot about these people are underwater, because as sea levels rose, a lot of the places where these people were probably living and probably traveling were covered up by the sea. So it's very possible that we have sites for these people that have just not been discovered yet. All right, so moving on to early Archaic. The Archaic period overall, we see increased sedentism, so lower mobility. They were staying put longer. We see increased population, and we see increased exchange of goods, meaning they were trading more. So early Archaic, and the whole Archaic period is roughly 9,500 before present to 1,000 before present. And I use before present and BC, before Christ, pretty interchangeably. They're pretty much, they mean the same thing, but before present is typically used more with the Paleo-Indian and the Archaic period. So 9,500 BP, that's early Archaic. In the early Archaic, they still have pretty high mobility, but not very high. And we see that, and we say that because we start seeing a lot more burials we have burials in ponds dating back to the early Archaic period. That indicates that populations may not be as mobile as we previously thought, because think about nowadays when a loved one gets buried in a cemetery, or you want to be able to go back and visit that, and it seems to be the same way back then. We have a lot of evidence that populations would return to the same area many times throughout the year. They still had very broad diets. They were collecting, they were hunting. And a lot of the site types we have for the early Archaic period are lithic scatters. And in Middle Archaic, at 7,000 BP, They seem to be seasonally mobile. They seem to spend more time at a specific location for longer periods of time. They rely on aquatic resources, including shellfish. This is an increased reliance on aquatic resources. We start seeing burials in shell, like shell mounds, and our site type that we see for Middle Archaic tend to be lithic scatters, shell middens, things like that. At this point, we're not quite up to burial mounds and things like that. So late Archaic, that's 4000 BP. That's where we start seeing very low mobility. Pottery starts appearing by approximately 4200 years ago. We get fiber tempered pottery, and we'll go into the different temperings of pottery, but fiber tempered pottery seems to be the earliest pottery type that appears here in Florida. And by this time, they were also fishing, and they would use canoes to help them fish. We see burials in shell and in middens. Sometimes they were tapped. And the site types we start seeing villages. And we see those villages based of shell rings. And we start also seeing at this point mounds made out of shell. Now this post-archaic, aka woodland in South Florida, and that doesn't mean that post-archaic and woodland does not exist in North Florida. It just means it's very different in South Florida. So post-archaic, aka woodland in South Florida, would match pretty well with Mississippian period. And I see I left a 0 out in the Mississippian period dates. But it's very different in South Florida than it was in the Mississippian period in North Florida. So in the post-archaic period in South Florida, we see increased regionalization. Peoples were pretty much grouped together. They grouped themselves together based on their regions for the most part. We see a development of ceremonial centers. We see carved wood figures and pollen from corn, which of course indicates that they might be attempting to break into agriculture. We see burials and mounds in this period, and we see an intensive harvest economy. And we start seeing social stratification. Maybe not full on like, oh, here's a chief and here's the elders and everyone is below them, but we start seeing a little bit of social stratification. Certain peoples have more desirable locations and things like that. Site types, we have village complexes, and the site locations are near water, coastal, smaller sites are in the interior near wetlands. So they want to be near that water. And Cheryl asked how far north is considered South Florida. The Okeechobee area pretty much is where we consider these South Florida. Differentiation between in these periods. All right, so Mississippian period, that is supposed to be 1000 BC, 1000 BC to 1700 AD. In the Mississippian period, we get vibrant communities. These are engineers. They start building canals and very, very impressive architecture. Especially once the Europeans start coming over in what we call the contact period. They are talking about how impressed they are with the architecture that these Native Americans have created. And in the contact period, we have chiefdom organizations. So there are chiefs at this time. We have organizations of culturally related groups. And this is where agriculture and horticulture starts coming into play in certain areas. South Florida groups were not very big on agriculture and horticulture because the environment didn't support it very well. I believe they did attempt it, but they didn't get much success. And then this is also when we start seeing influences from Euro-Americans, people who are coming over to America from Europe, and some people who start moving into the area. Now let's talk about a very interesting site, a very, very interesting early archaic site. This is the Windover site. It is in Brevard County. It dates to 7,400 BP. And this is an underwater site. Remember how I was talking about in our culture history that a lot of these sites might be underwater now because of the changing coastlines. Well, it appears that this might be what happened here. Now, this is one of the most significant archaeological sites ever found, and definitely one of the most significant archaeological sites in the Western Hemisphere. We found a collection of burials in muck ponds, and because they were in these muck ponds with peat, there was really a lot of preservation going on. There was very low oxygen, which made for very low decomp. We were able to find fabric, cordage, tissue. Even mitochondrial DNA was extracted from preserved brain matter, which is, of course, very, very, very interesting. And it tells us a lot about how these people were burying their dead and the type of honor they gave to these people. So, mortuary pattern, we see flexed burials. Flexed burials are where their arms and legs are extended. And this, even though it's not, their arms or legs are not fully extended, that would be considered a flexed burial. Bundle burials, that's where bundles of bones were wrapped in fabric and buried. And you see these burials, they would place their dead underwater, wrapped in cloth, and then pin them down by the wood. This is a artistic rendering of what, goodness gracious, of what was found. So it's really cool. It's very, very important to figuring out how these people lived. We see the social stratification is very minimal. There's not a lot of grave goods that would imply social stratification, and there's not really any preferential locations. So social stratification does appear to be minimal. And this fabric and cordage, they would all be woven from like a lot of palm fibers, because palm is very fibrous. So they would weave these into cloth and fabric and cordage. So we have a 15-minute break. Shake it off, go to the bathroom, do whatever you need to do, and I will see you back here in 15 minutes. If you have any questions, feel free to type them in the chat or in the questions area, and I will answer them as best as I can when we get back. I am going to start the 15-minute timer now. All right, everybody, we're gonna get started up again. As we're giving people enough time to trickle back in after the break. Does anybody have any questions? I know I covered a lot of material in this first part of this presentation, so if there's anything you're not clear on, I can either answer it for you, or if I don't know the answer, I'll write it down and get you one. All right. Seems like we're good to go. So, in the phases and stuff, is there anything done differently when dealing with underwater surveying? Okay, so underwater surveying, that is not my area of expertise. In fact, the only thing I can tell you that is done differently is that it's all done underwater. But that is where that training that underwater is going to be offering will be very, very helpful. And you're going to want to message Ryan Duggins, email Ryan Duggins for that. We're hoping to get a bit more of an underwater component for future arm trainings, but we just weren't able to make it happen for this one, unfortunately. Everyone was very busy with various field works and damage assessments and all that. But that is a very good question, James. Was I able to fix the chat? No, because unfortunately the chat is not broken on my end. As in I don't know what the issue is, so I wasn't able to fix the chat. So we'll just have to keep it in the questions. All right, so moving on to prehistoric material culture. Now, when we use the term prehistoric, what it has meant in the past is before written history. I want to be very, very clear that that does not imply at all that these people, that Native American people, past peoples, did not have their own history and did not tell their own history. We're absolutely certain that they did, and that history was very important to them, and their history was very important to them. But it's not written. A better term for it, and the term that I personally prefer, is pre-contact, because prehistoric archaeology has come to mean more of pre-Columbian archaeology and pre-European contact. So you'll hear me use prehistoric and pre-contact relatively interchangeably. Prehistoric is what is used more often in academia, but I just personally prefer the term pre-contact. Now, pre-contact material culture, there's a wide variety. There's bone tools, there's shell and stone tools, there's carved stone plummets. There's this beautiful mask in here. Finding things in context is key to learning about past peoples in Florida. You will probably get tired of hearing me say in context by the end of this training, but it really is so important. So some common material cultures, some common prehistoric material cultures, lithic flakes. You will find hundreds, if not thousands, of lithic flakes for one lithic tool. They are everywhere in these archaeological sites because think about it. If you're trying to make one tool, one arrowhead, one spearhead, um, one knife, you're gonna have to cut, or you're gonna have to hit the chert that you're making this tool out of a bunch of times to get it how you want it. And that's going to cause a lot of flakes, a lot of waste. So that's what a lithic flake is. It's often also called lithic debitage, and that is just waste from making a stone tool. Now, pottery sherds is another artifact that you will find pretty often. Those are pieces of a broken ceramic vessel. And yes, I did say sherd. A sherd is for pottery, a shard is for glass. So that's a very specific little distinction there. But pottery sherds, their color tends to blend in with dirt pretty well, dirt and stones. So you're really going to want to look for things that don't look natural. If you find something, or if you're walking your site, you're walking your lands, you're doing a annual site assessment, things like that, you're really going to want to just look for things that don't look natural, things that are a little too curved to be a natural rock, things that are a little too thin. And we'll get more into pottery in just a little bit. But so pottery sherds, again, going back to our culture history, late archaic to woodland periods are where you're going to find the pottery sherds. You're not going to find pottery sherds from Paleo-Indian. So that's just obviously does not mean that all pottery sherds are diagnostic, but you can narrow down the time periods pretty well just from that. So lithics, stone tools. Not all, one really important thing to note, not all pointy rocks are arrowheads. Not all stone tools are arrowheads. It's come to be a bit of a catch-all term, when realistically, very few points are arrowheads. Arrows did not come into use until about 750 AD. So they were very, very late in, they were very late relatively in the archaeological register. So, and also, especially if you find a very big, like dense, heavy lithic tool, if you attach that to a stick and make an arrow, that's not going to fly through the air very well. That's not going to be very useful. So very few points are going to be arrowheads. Now, there's a type of point or type of tool called a biface. Biface basically just means that the stone was worked on from both directions. Basically, they would usually use like a hammerstone, or at this stage they would probably use a deer antler, like this flint napper is using in the bottom left picture. They would typically use something like that, and they would hack at the edge, and then they'd flip it over and hit the edge again. And that kind of creates this little scallopy, wavy texture on the side that you can see in the cross section. That is going to be very diagnostic of a biface tool. Biface tools are always going to have that scallopy, wavy, serpentine, whatever you want to call it. They're always going to have that edge if you look at it from the side. This is very, very rarely naturally occurring. I have never seen it occur naturally. So this is a very defining characteristic of not only biface, but just the stone tool. If you're not sure and you see that, boom, you have a stone tool. Now, bifaces were often used as tools. They were used for spear tips, knife blades. Later on, they were used for arrowheads. Like I said, flint knappers would often use deer antlers and or hammerstones, depending on what they were trying to do with the stone. If it was a little smaller, if they had gotten it down to the point where it was smaller, they would probably use more of a deer antler than a hammerstone. Hammerstones are big. So lithic tools, they have their own little life cycle. So they start out at this quarry, and these are sites where people went to collect cherts. Now, if you're thinking to yourself, oh, on my property, I have this area where there's a bunch of limestone rock outcroppings, but I don't think it's chert. You might want to check into that. You might want to look around there. You might want to check with the Florida Master Site File and see if there is a site there, because a lot of times, and I don't know the exact geological science behind this, but a lot of times chert is formed inside limestone. So if you're thinking, oh, I have a lot of limestone, but I don't have a quarry, you might not, but you might have a quarry. So quarries are sites where people would go to collect their chert. They would knock the chert down into what are called blanks. And unfortunately, I couldn't find a good picture of a blank, but they're basically just smaller pieces of rock that are easier to work with. And then blanks would be knocked and worked down into an even smaller stone that we call a preform. And this is an example of a preform right here. This is a preform that seems to be designed specifically to be worked down into a fluted point, maybe for a spear tip. And these preforms, they can be made into points. They can be made into scrapers or gravers, and they would be breaking them down into these small preforms because back then they didn't have horses, so they couldn't just go to the quarry, load up their horse with a whole bunch of stones, and bring them back to the village to work on them at their leisure. No, they would work them down until they were smaller and easier to carry, and then they would be able to work on them when they had time and create these tools when they had time. Now, points, and this is a biface point. Points, as you expect, would be used spear tips. Again, later on, they would be used for arrowheads, things like that. Very useful in hunting. Scrapers, they could work these preforms down into scrapers, and scrapers were very useful for, as you might guess, scraping, specifically like the hides of the animals that they were hunting, things like that. This graver, a graver will always have this little point, and it's always going to be very thin. What gravers were used for is they were used to make thin lines in something, or cut thin lines. A lot of times, if you find a piece of pottery with a very thin line as a decoration, you probably used a graver for that, or maybe to cut animal hide, things like that. And they could also be used to make drills, which of course were used to drill holes. A lot of times They would drill holes in pottery. I don't know the specifics of like the placing of the holes, but I know some of them were for better use, things like that. And these, a lot of times, the specific tool was not the end of its life cycle. They might have a spear point that was originally very big, used for hunting big game, and it's just been reworked so many times and worn down so many times from hunting that they decided they couldn't really use it as a spear tip anymore. And it might make a really good scraper, or it might make a really good graver. And a lot of times these tools would be reworked for different purposes. So they wouldn't just, oh, this tool's done, I'm done with it, goodbye. No, they would rework it. They would use it for as long as they can. Flakes, lithic debitage. Again, you will find a whole lot of lithic flakes for every one tool that you find. It takes many, many flakes to make one tool, not hook. It takes many flakes to make one tool. They are very, very thin. Some flakes might have been used as, like, we have evidence that they would flake off something, and if the flake was big enough or sharp enough, they might use it as a knife. Now let's talk about the flake scars. These are very diagnostic. You can see where it was attached. These flake scars are where they would have been attached to the stone. They show where the material had previously been removed. Now, don't worry about the proximal end, the distal end, the dorsal side, the ventral side, or anything like that. What I really want you guys to focus on, and this is what I'll be talking about, the striking platform and the bulb of percussion. Now, the striking platform is always, and I unfortunately couldn't get a good picture of that, but the striking platform is always going to be in a bit of a, it's almost like a diamond, and it's always pretty flat. You can see in here, yes, you will get a copy of this PowerPoint when we're done. The striking platform is, you can see here, it's going to be very flat. And it will almost always be in this little diamond shape. And the bulb of percussion, this is something that is very hard to show you. It's something that is easier felt, but basically it's always going to be near the striking platform. And basically what happens is this bulb of percussion is formed because energy comes in waves, right? And when a flint knapper would strike the stone, that creates these energy waves that move through the stone. And right near the initial impact, that striking platform, that creates a bulb of percussion, a bulb where the stone kind of goes up. And it'll feel like a little itty bitty bump, very smooth. Some of them are more prominent than others, but it will be a little bump because this was formed from this energy moving through the stone. So if you have, and it's also important to note that striking platforms, bulbs of percussion, they're very diagnostic of flakes, but not every flake will have them to where you can easily see it. A lot of times it's very, very hard to tell, especially if you're finding them out in the wild. Of course, we're going to be able to show you the best flakes when we have them all and can pick out which ones have this great striking platform. But if it doesn't have the striking platform and the bulb of percussion, that does not necessarily mean, or if you can't find those things, it does not necessarily mean it's not a flake. But this is a very typical flake. Flakes will look like this very often. All right, so this will be one of the handouts that I will get to you guys after the training is over, probably tomorrow. And these show the stem shapes and the base shapes and blade shapes that we see most often in these points, in these tips. And I would like to ask you guys let's play a little game here. Unfortunately, since I can't get the chat feature to really work, just send your answers in to me and questions and I'll read them out as they come in. Let's talk about stem shapes. What would you think would be the best stem shape for this point? And I'll give you guys a few minutes to answer. I'm seeing a lot of corner notch. That's actually exactly right. Can't fool you guys. Not on this one. Yeah, this one is definitely a corner notched stem shape. And these corner notches are actually they're pretty telling that these were either a arrowhead or a spearhead. A lot of times the corner notching would be an arrowhead because it would be easier to haft onto the stem. So we got the stem shape. Let's talk about the base shape. Which of these base shapes do you think? Good. I'm seeing a lot of convex. Yes. Yeah, convex base shape. Oh, there we go. Yeah, convex base shape. Right here. Certainly not concave, and it's certainly not straight. And then the blade shape. Jordan and James already got it. I am gonna ask about the blade shape next, and it is, it's triangular. Yeah. So one thing I want to mention as well, that the blade shapes, when we're looking at points, blade shapes are going to be, for the most part, the least diagnostic part of the point. It's really when we get into the stem shapes and the base shapes that we can really start figuring out what type of point this is, because a lot of these blade shapes are going to be triangular or excurvate or incurvate. It's not very diagnostic. Now, corner notching, like I said, it's a very good indicator that this was either a spear or a arrowhead. And corner notching is pretty diagnostic to early archaic. Corner notching is used throughout, but it's pretty diagnostic to early archaic. We see it most in early archaic. Now I have one more for you. This one's a little bit more difficult. So what do we think is the stem shape for this one? Right, I'm seeing a lot of contracting. Very good. This is contracting, yes. And that's this. The stem shape is a little easier to tell than maybe the once we get to the blade shape. I think it might be a little difficult. Now let's talk about the base. What base shape do we think? So I'm seeing a lot of convex, I'm seeing a lot of concave, and that's the difficult thing about this point in particular is it really can be concave or convex. And this is where when we're identifying these points, we really need to be a little subjective about them because um just like humans nowadays are varied and do things in different ways. Humans in the past were as well. Not all human behavior and all human um, works are going to be the same. This flint napper who made this might have just said, I don't know. I just feel like knocking this part off today. So it's not always going to be as formulaic as we might perceive it might be. So this one we consider to be concave because of this. But if you're looking just at this, it would be very easy to say it would be convex. And especially if now I have seen this one in person, so this was not just a natural break. But if it was a natural break, goodness gracious, I gave away the answer for the next one. But if it was a natural break, we would say that this would be convex because um, it would be very easy for this to just break off. But it was not a natural break, so this is indeed concave. So let's do the blade shape. Some of you might have seen that I accidentally gave away the answer, and some of you might not have. So, what do you think the blade shape is? All right, I'm seeing a lot of incurvate and I'm seeing a lot of triangular. Um, and that's the thing is, both are right. Both can be right. For this one, we went with incurvate. Or no, we went with triangular, specifically because the incurvate side seems a little bit more um like less intended or more like they might have been trying to rework it and not original. But I mean, it really depends on what side of the blade that you're that you look at. If you look at this side right here and cover up half of it and only look at the right side, well, that's definitely triangular. But if you cover up the right side and only look at the left, well, that's incurvate, 100%. So you always have to be a little take these with a grain of salt. These stem shapes, base shapes, blade shapes, they're very, very helpful in determining uh, what kind of point you have on hand. But like I said, it's not so formulaic. Humans are not as predictable as we might like them to be. So let's talk about pottery. So, when we're talking about pottery, it's important to think about shape and what may not be natural. Like I said, a lot of pottery is very, very, it can be very rock like or dirt like. It can be hard to spot. So, you definitely want to think about shape and what's not natural. Um, if you have something that you think might be pottery and you're not 100% sure, um, it is okay to break a little tip off and look at the interior because that's when you're really going to be able to tell um, whether it's or whether it's a rock or whatever. Um, Obviously, don't snap a piece of pottery in half. um, and if you ever find a actually almost fully intact or articulated jar, um, don't break that. Obviously, we don't want you to break that. But if you find a little piece that you're really not sure whether it's pottery or not, it's okay to break the tip off, break a little bit off the end, and look at the interior. Um, so let's talk about the temper. The temper of pottery, that's material that's added to the clay before firing. It helps hold the clay together. And we have quite a few different types of tempers in Florida. We have sand tempered, grit tempered, shell tempered, fiber tempered, and grog tempered. We will go through all of these, so don't worry. But yeah, those are the different types of tempers we have. We're also going to go through surface decorations. And again, this is all going to be in a handout that I will be sending out to you guys tomorrow. Again, I'm sorry I couldn't send that out to you before the training. There are a few things that needed to be fixed. Now, University of Florida has a very, very, very nice ceramics lab website that will be incredibly helpful for you to identify pottery if you just don't know what it is. Now, a couple other things about pottery. It is usually more diagnostic than slate. And again, the colors will typically blend in with leaves and dirt. So pay attention to the shape. So fiber tempered pottery. If you remember back to the culture history, this is the first pottery that was manufactured in Florida. This is the earliest. Why did that not show up? Okay, this is the earliest pottery that was manufactured in Florida. It is concentrated mostly towards North Florida, and it is often made with, well, it is made with either Spanish moss or palm fibers. So just some Spanish moss right here. And they would mix the Spanish moss or the palm fibers. They would mix that in with the clay to hold it together as it's fired. But the fibers, well, they're fibers. They would burn out when the pots are fired. So they would leave these little indents where you can really see here all the little fibers and indentations, little wrinkles. It looks very wrinkly. And here's the cross section. It leaves all these little holes where the fibers were. And they were made, you can imagine that with all these little holes, they probably weren't very good for storing liquid. So they would be made for storing dry goods or transporting items rather than for cooking or for liquids. Now let's talk about sand tempered ceramic. Sand temper is, I'd say, probably one of the most common tempers throughout Florida, especially in South Florida. And again, sand would be mixed with clay to hold it together. They're going to be very, very smooth to touch. And with sand temper, you might not even, in this cross section, a lot of the sand grains pop out sometimes, so you might not even really see much of a temper at all. If you look at the cross section of a potsherd and you don't see a temper at all, it's most likely sand tempered. And this is probably one of the least diagnostic tempers, as well as grit tempered. There's not really much of a distinction between sand tempered and grit tempered. for the most part, if you're looking at the cross section of a potsherd and you're thinking, wow, these are some really big sand grains, then it's going to be grit tempered. Grit tempered, again, is pretty much sand tempered pottery, but with larger sand grains. Spicule tempered, that's the next one. It's pottery that is tempered with these little sponge spicules. They feel very chalky, and a lot of times people will have allergic reactions to them because of the sponge spicules. It's almost like fiberglass. I personally have never encountered a spicule tempered potsherd. I wouldn't say it's rare, but I wouldn't say it's super common. But that's what spicule tempered is. And then grog tempered, that's where they would crush up old pots, probably your water jug, or your water jug has a crack in it, you can't use it anymore. You crush it all up, you mix it with clay, and you make a new pot from it. You can see you can see right here, like the little individual parts of pottery that was mixed in there. You can see it from the top, and you can definitely see it from the cross section, all these individual little pieces of pottery. And then we have shell tempered, which, as you might expect at this point, it's just shell crushed up and put into the clay with before it's fired. I will say shell tempered is actually more rare than you would expect in Florida. It's not completely unseen, but it's definitely not as common as you would expect. And the shells, they often pop out in firing, so they will create these like long linear holes in the cross section, and these like very, very it almost looks spongy because there are so many holes in the regular view. And limestone temper, that's the last one we have. I would also say that this isn't super common, but it is ground up limestone put into the paste before it's fired. Sometimes the limestone dissolves out. Other times you will see the limestone, and this is what it looked like in cross section. You can see these big old pieces of limestone, and you can see how, excuse me, it popped out and dissolved out when firing in this one. All right, and there's the handout, picture of the handout I'm going to be sending out. This helps with surface decoration and identifying surface decoration. So the least diagnostic, obviously, of all the decorations would be not decorated, the plain undecorated. So types of pottery are decided by not just the temper of the pottery, but also the surface treatment. And that's what we call the decorations on potsherds. We call that the surface treatment. So types of pottery are decided by the temper and the surface treatment. Now, unfortunately, a good majority of what we find are undecorated, and it's not very helpful for us because, as I mentioned before, undecorated pottery is the least diagnostic. And if you find sand tempered undecorated pottery, which will be a good bit of what is found, that's very undiagnostic, because again, sand tempered was used all throughout, and it's very, very common. Because I mean, there's a lot of sand in Florida. It's very easy to get your hands on sand. Check stamped ceramic. Check stamped is also pretty undiagnostic. It's not nearly as diagnostic as you might think it is. Checks are a pattern that is used very, very commonly and throughout multiple time periods, all throughout Florida. There's Leon checked, there's Wakulla checked, there's St. John's checked. Pretty much most counties in Florida have a type of checked stamp. And it's not the most, again, it's not the most diagnostic. It's a little bit better than undecorated, but not much. So the way these would be formed, is the checks would be carved into a wooden paddle that is then stamped onto the pot. So the Native Americans, they would make pots using the coil method. They would kind of roll clay up into like a snake and coil it on top of each other, on top of itself. And then they'd stamp it with these wooden paddles to kind of meld it all together. And that's this check pattern would be on the paddle. Again, it's not very diagnostic. James, you asked what is the reasoning for the checks or its purpose. We're not entirely sure. It's probably a finer wear, like a more festive wear than what they would normally be using for everyday life. So it's probably just part of a decoration. But we do know that it might make it easy. It might be that it made it easier to grip, Lindsay. But we do know that some decorations were made. Some decorations were even made inside pottery, and a lot of that is it functions in some way to help the food cook better and cook easier. I don't think that's the case with check stamped ceramics. I think it might just be purely decorative for check stamped, but I'm not a pottery expert, so I can't tell you for sure. But I do know that some decorations are used to help as for a utilitarian purpose, to help distribute heat, help food cook more evenly, cook better. I don't think that's the case with check stamped though. All right, incised ceramic. That is part of where a drill might come into place. A lot of times they would use a drill or a stick to draw lines into the pot before it's fired. This is big in South Florida. You find quite a bit of these in South Florida, and these would be for decorations. A lot of these are up closer towards the rims. You'll see a lot of rim sherds in these pictures because, again, a lot of these are up closer towards the rim. If you're going to be drawing decoration by hand, you're not, for the most part, not often are you going to do it all across the body of the vessel. So those are incised ceramics. Here's some more, a different type of incised ceramic. This is a kind of like crosshatch you can see. These are, again, just more for decoration. Punctated ceramics. These punctated ceramics, they would use a hollow reed or a stick, something similar like that, to puncture the pottery to make a design. So Amanda asks, so all these different designs are just decorative, or do any of them serve utility purposes? The ones that would serve more of a utilitarian purpose would be inside of the potsherds, and we don't have a lot of those. So most of these that I'm showing you right now are pretty much just for decorative reasons. So punctated ceramics, sometimes they would even use their fingernail, but they just kind of poke a little in there. And then pinched ceramics, these sherds are super, super cool because the pinching is done with the fingers. And a lot of times you can even maybe see, well, I wouldn't say a lot of times, but sometimes you can even maybe see a fingerprint. And I think these are just super cool because you can feel where the fingers pinch up the clay to make this decoration. All right, complicated stamped pottery. This is still used with or done with a wooden paddle. And they would carve these elaborate designs into the wooden paddle and use it to press the pot. Some of these have very, very distinct designs. And one thing that's really, really cool about these is that sometimes you can see a bit of a crack in the design, which would mean a crack in the paddle. And pottery sherds can and have been matched by analyzing these flaws in the design based on the flaws in the paddle. And right here, actually, you can see a little flaw in the design. And a lot of times, well, not a lot of times, but pottery sherds have been found in Georgia and Florida to have been used, to have been made by the same paddle because they have that same crack and that same fault in the design. And that's really cool. And then tooled ceramics, just how it sounds, they would use tools to make decorations. A lot of these are also towards the rim or maybe even just straight up on the rim. These might have been a drill. Well, these probably would have been made by a drill, possibly a graver, just poke the pointy part in there. But most likely a drill. All right. And so now we're going to do a quick little overview of Florida history to lead us into identifying historic artifacts. So, all right. So, the first Spanish period, Spanish start building, or the colonial period, that's when Ponce de Leon, de Soto, de Luna, Ribot start coming in, and they start interacting with the Native Americans and the natives who were already in Florida, living in Florida at the time. And we do have some written records of that. In this first Spanish period, that's when we start seeing Spanish building missions. A lot of misplaced tribes, or not misplaced, displaced tribes end up on these missions. And you see a lot of cross-cultural exchange during this time period. Then we have the British period. Of course, Florida switched hands multiple times during its long journey to statehood. But we have the British period where Florida was basically cut up into, divided up into West and East Florida. The British had West Florida and the Spanish had East Florida. And then we have the second Spanish period where the Spanish said, you know what? I don't really want just East Florida. I want it all. And they took West Florida back. Boom, second Spanish period. And then we have the territorial period. This is where Andrew Jackson started coming in. He loved Florida. And so he decided that he wanted to encourage Americans to start moving to Florida. And well, that doesn't work super well because there are already people living in Florida, right? So these people, the Seminole tribes specifically, because at this point, because of European intervention, a lot of the native peoples of Florida have kind of assimilated into the Seminole tribe at this point, Seminole Miccosukee. And the Seminole tribe, the Native Americans who lived here, they didn't want to give up their territory. So the 1830s and the 1850s are the big Seminole Wars, and they were unsuccessful. And the Seminole, the act that created the Seminole Reservation was signed. And then in 1845, we have statehood. We are a state. Yay, go us. And then we joined the Civil War in 1861 as a Confederate state. And then we enter, of course, the Reconstruction area. A lot of citrus, a lot of cattle, a lot of tourism, and railroads come into the state. So, identifying historic artifacts. There are four main families, I guess, categories of historic artifacts. There are ceramics, there are glass, there's brick, and there are metal or nails. So ceramic, this is just a bit of a breakdown of the types of ceramics we'll see. We'll get into each one a little bit more in depth. Olive jar, that is prevalent from the 1500s to the 1600s and a little later. So is Majolica. Stoneware, that makes its big debut and is very prevalent in the 1700s to the 1900s. Creamware, 1760 to 1820 plus. Pearlware, it's around 1780 to 1840. Whiteware is around 1830s to 1900s plus. Whiteware is still being made today. And porcelain is 1700s to 1900s. So we're going to talk about Spanish olive jar first. Olive jar has a coarse paste. I have been told that it sticks to the tongue because it's so coarse. I have never licked a jar. I don't recommend it, so I can't speak to that personally. It can look a little bit like prehistoric ceramics. I would say one of the main factors in determining whether it's prehistoric or Spanish olive jar is this picture right here in the bottom right. You can see all of these ridges, and these are created because, unlike the prehistoric ceramics, these potteries are wheel thrown. So they would throw them on the wheel and they would use their hands as the wheel is turning to smooth it out and get the shape that they would like. So these ridges are caused by fingers guiding the clay and making it into the shape that they want it to be. That is not the case in prehistoric ceramics. It has a buff, sometimes pinkish body if it's not glazed. And this one right here is not glazed. It's often very, very thick, very thick. As you can see from the cross section here, it's very thick. And they often have these like pointed bottoms. They're used for transporting things. Um, and like I said, they can be glazed, and this is an example of a glazed um, olive jar. And again, these were used to transport food, wine, olives, things like that. That's what this would have been used for. So into Majolica. Majolica is very pretty. It's a general name for tin glazed colonial ceramics. They're found in Italy, Spain, Portugal, Mexico, um, everywhere. It's the paste right here you can see is buff to light orange or pink. Um, and it's a tin glaze. It has elaborate decorations, and the tin glaze kind of sits on top of the paste. So it almost looks like it's floating rather than a specific part of the pottery. So glazed stoneware. This was from 1740 to the 1800s plus. 18th century English tableware ceramic. These were not porous. They would not stick to your tongue. And they would be used, they could be used more for, like this one right here is a beer bottle. There were plates of stoneware. There is some stoneware still used today, I believe. And they are grayish in cross section, maybe like a super light pink. And when they're glazed like this, they have, and this, they have, they use a salt glaze. And the grains of salt result in like a dimpled appearance and a dimpled, slightly rougher feel. You can see right here, maybe even really see like more of the salt grains, but it tends to look a little bit more like an orange peel with the little dimples, and that's because of the salt that it gets that. All right, so creamware. In 1762 to 1820s, this is an English ceramic, and they were starting to. This is the period where we start seeing them trying to emulate the porcelain ceramics that were coming out of China. So they really just want super, super white porcelain looking ceramics. They really want this high quality, beautiful ceramic. So the first attempt was creamware, and they use a lead glaze, and it turns a little yellowish because they included a copper pigment additive. Um, the older creamware will have this darker, richer color. If you find creamware and you hold it up next to a plain white sheet of paper, it's going to look very yellow in comparison. It's not going to look like this white sheet of paper. It dominated the world market by the 1780s and well into the 1790s. It was very cheap. It was the cheapest refined earthenware available at the time. So it became pretty popular. And then this next attempt, oh goodness. This next attempt at making a more porcelain type ceramic was pearlware. Again, they just really, really, really wanted the ceramic to be white and pretty and porcelain. You can even see with these blue patterns where they were trying to kind of emulate the patterns that you were seeing in porcelain. The English created this and marketed it to replace the creamware. Specifically, Mr. Wedgwood, he promoted it as a porcelain substitute. He wanted to make it look whiter and look more like porcelain. So they included cobalt in the lead glaze. And the cobalt created this bluish tint. A big marker of pearlware is this blue pooling along the seams. You can see it really well here. And that's pretty much where all the cobalt and over time has just kind of pooled up. All of the designs on here were hand painted. So that's it wasn't transferware, it wasn't just stamped on there, it was hand painted. And then we get into whiteware. They finally got I forgot to mention with pearlware that if you hold this up next to even just like a plain white piece, if you hold it up next to a piece of paper, a piece of white printer paper, it will have a bluish tint. So it will not look like that piece of paper. And then lo and behold, they finally done it. They've made whiteware. It's white. It's a little bit closer to the porcelain look that they were trying to emulate. And this was popular in the 1830s and the 1900s. Again, it is still used today. I don't know why that picture is covering that. But these were, again, whiter ceramics. They became more popular in England. They finally found a bit of a balance. The less cobalt was added to the glaze. If you hold it up to a sheet of paper, it will look white. It won't look bluish. It won't look yellowish. It will look white. It is the most common ceramic type throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. And again, it is still common today. So this is a little bit less diagnostic because, again, it's still common today. Whiteware is higher fired and therefore has a harder paste. It's not as, I don't want to say soft because the paste isn't soft, but it's not as, it's harder. It's harder to chip. It's harder to grate. And then we get actual porcelain. They were successful in actually making porcelain. Now, porcelain was fired so high that the paste is liquefied, so it's like glass. And it's very consistent throughout the cross section. You can see right here. I mean, this doesn't look like a paste of pottery, or any ceramics, really. It looks like glass. It's very glassy. This is a Chinese porcelain. That's what vitrified means, is that it was fired so high that the paste is liquefied. Creates a glassy paste with a slightly blue to pale gray tint. The English and others have imitated this with softer pastes, so they did create kind of their own porcelain imitation, but again, it has a softer paste. It's not quite as glassy. And then we have glass. So glass would be blown. It was free blown in the 1850s, and it would be free blown using a pontil. Now, a pontil is a big long tube that was used to blow air through the warm glass to get the shape that was desired. When the glass is finished, you would need to break off the pontil, and that would leave a pontil scar that is a little like indented bump. And you can see that right here. And then you would see mold blown glass. Mold blown glass will have seams. And then you'd get machine made and molded glass at around 1910. After 1910, there's this purple glass, but they also included manganese. And manganese, so this glass right here with how purple it is, this glass was made to be purple. We call this amethyst glass, and it has the name of the bottle product on it. But manganese was added pre-1920s to the glass, and what manganese does is as it is exposed to the sun for longer, it gets more purple. So that is what we call solarized glass. So if you're out and you find a piece of glass that looks purple, and sometimes it can look this purple, but not often. But if it looks kind of purple, that's solarized glass. And if you pick up a piece of glass, a sherd of glass, and it has bubbles in it, that means that that glass was blown. It was free blown, not mold blown. And then you'll also find maker's marks. Maker's marks are very, very diagnostic. There are Teresa asked, is aqua-colored glass also solarized? Aqua-colored glass is not solarized. Aqua-colored is it's a color that they chose to make, and that's an intentional color. So the maker's marks, they are very diagnostic, specifically even down to the year on some of them, some of these maker's marks. And they tell you the company. I believe this one right here is from Owens International. And there are a lot of websites, and I do include one of the really good maker's mark websites on the handouts that I will send out to you later. But there are a lot of websites that have a ton of information about these maker's marks, even down to, and you can even look up the patent and things like that and get a really good range of when this bottle was made. So let's talk about maker's marks a little bit. So maker's marks are typically on the underside of the bottle. If it has this basal stippling that you see here and here, that's typically an indicator of 1940s plus. And then this, again, I believe this one's Owens International is the name of this company, but that's the company's logo. And the year or the year code is always to the right of the maker's logo. Year codes for Owens International, soda and beer, single number equals the 1930s. If it's a number with a dot, which I believe this one has a little dot right here, it's usually the 1940s. The dot helps differentiate the decade. And there's some glass in the wild. Won't always look that great if you find it. This is a nice one. But this glass bottle dated to 1862 to 1942. That's the best range we could get from it. And it is a blood elixir, a blood purifier. It was made out of Tampa, Florida. It would have been litter in its days, but now it is a historic resource, which brings me to it's very important to think about how old something might be before you pick it up and throw it away. I know all of us want our parks to be pretty. We don't want litter in the parks. Obviously, this does not really apply to modern Coke cans and red Solo cups and stuff. But if you get something like a Coke bottle or like specifically a glass Coke bottle or a glass soda bottle, might be something you might want to leave, especially considering 50 years plus is now considered a historic artifact and could be an archaeological artifact. So it's very important to think about those things. The Coke bottles specifically are very, very diagnostic. Coke's website has Coke has done a really fantastic job of cataloging and keeping all kinds of, like, all the differences between their Coke bottles throughout the year. So Coke bottles specifically are very diagnostic. But yeah, that's just one thing to think about as you're picking up litter throughout your park is, is this historic or not? Or is this going to be able to tell us something in the future or not? And then we get into brick. Early brick, like this one, was hand molded. This top middle picture, it was hand molded. It was often misshapen. And they began using boxes to make bricks. And they began using a temper after this. A lot of brick that was made in Tallahassee in the 1840s used clinker. And clinker is a residue of burned bricks stamped with the company names. Those are usually pretty diagnostic. And then, of course, this is a modern brick that we see nowadays with 3 holes. Here's a brick archaeological feature. And this is all that's left of a historic structure that was there. And last but not least, nails. So this nail right here was a hand-wrought nail. It was made before 1800s. It has a square cross-section. So if you're looking at the head of this nail, it is going to be a square. And that's, again, previous to the 1800s. And B right here, these are machine-cut nails. These were made in the 1800s. They have a rectangular cross-section. So if you're looking at the head of the nail, you're going to see a rectangle. And C, wire nails. These have been used 1900s to today. They're currently being used. They have a round cross-section. So if you're looking at the top, you're going to see a circle. All right, so let's talk very, very briefly about deadhead logging. What are deadhead logs? In the late 19th century, loggers would clear-cut longleaf pine forests, and they would harvest giant cypress trees. They would then raft together the pines and the cypress trees that they harvested and float them down the river to sawmills. It is estimated that nearly 10% of the cut timbers sank while in transit and were lost to river bottoms, where they were preserved by the cool water and lack of oxygen. So, what does it have to do with you? Well, these deadhead logs are, well, most of them, the state of Florida claims ownership of most of these logs, as they are located on sovereign submerged lands. So you might have quite a few of these deadhead logs in rivers or bodies of water that you have in your properties that you manage. Now, while these are really a cultural resource because they were altered by humans, this does fall under the jurisdiction of the DEP, the Department of Environmental Protections. They have a deadhead logging permit program. I am not a deadhead logging expert, so if you have any questions about the deadhead logging program, this website, you're going to want to visit this website and or contact these people that are in your local district office. So, archaeological sites. let's talk about archaeological sites real quick. So what makes something a site? James asked, how can you determine a deadhead log versus just a regular log? Let's go back to that real quick. These more flattened bottoms, or natural break will be a lot rougher than a deadhead log. Deadhead logs, even if it has a little bit of like I guess tuft of wood at the base, it's still going to be a lot cleaner than a natural break. All right, so archaeological site. A site is a place that shows evidence of past humans. If you find 3 or more prehistoric artifacts, that is a site. And this is within a 20-meter radius. So if you're digging a shovel test, you find 1 prehistoric artifact. This is for CRN firms or for us archaeologists. You guys aren't going to be out there digging shovel tests. But if you're digging a shovel test and you find 1 prehistoric artifact, and then you go and dig a shovel test 20 meters to the east, and then you find 2 more prehistoric artifacts, well, that's a site. 3 or more prehistoric artifacts within 20 meters. 5 or more historic artifacts within 20 meters, and isolated finds are not sites. So if a CRM firm comes in and they do a survey of a phase 1 survey of an acre of land, and in the entire acre they find 1 prehistoric artifact, well, that is not a site. So that's kind of how we define a site. So historical resources diversity, we have talked a little bit about how diverse historical resources are. We have historic cemeteries, historic structures, historic resource groups. Those are going to be canals and roads and railroads. We have historic bridges and shipwrecks. Of course, the historic resource that we are most concerned with today is archaeological sites, but we can't just completely ignore all these other historic resources. So we will touch back on this in just a couple of slides. Right now, we're going to talk real quick about mounds and middens. Mounds and middens are really one of few archaeological sites that you can really see prominent on the mounds, on the landscape. Most archaeological sites, you wouldn't even know they're there. They're buried. Sometimes they're buried like deep down in the dirt. So these mounds are very prominent in the landscape, and they're definitely something to be aware of. If you have an area that is pretty low lying and you have a couple of hills that you don't necessarily expect would be there, they might be mounds. Now, we don't really go digging in mounds because a lot of mounds are burial mounds, and we absolutely do not want to disturb human remains. So mounds are not something we go digging in. If you have a ring of raised earth, or a ring of raised earth that you, again, wouldn't expect to be there, that's an archaeological site, most likely, especially if it's in a ring like this. Site variability. Sites can vary greatly. They can be historic, from a homestead that existed in the landscape long ago, or they can be pre-contact. This is, there are a lot of turpentine camps in Florida. Turpentine camps, those are historic sites. Like I said, homesteads. This is a cattle bat. That would be more considered, I believe, a historic structure. but there might be archaeology around it. And this right here, I can't remember off the top of my head what the name of it is, but this was put there by Native Americans to help catch fish. And some more site variability. There's battlefields, specifically Natural Bridge up here in North Florida. That's a big battlefield. Battlefields are historic sites. Shipwrecks, those are sites. Cenotes, these are sinkholes that fill with water. I know that there are. I know that they're more prominent in Central and South America, but you really tend to see evidence of human occupation around it, because a lot of these early humans, past humans, they considered cenotes to be very, very spiritual. They were very spiritual to them. So they would come and visit and live around these often. So what does the site look like? More often than not, it doesn't look like much. They're buried. Again, mounds are really going to be the best evidence of or best example of a site that you can see without having to dig. So this is Lake Jackson Mound, or the part of one of the mounds at Lake Jackson Mounds State Park. It was a sand burial mound, recorded by Jim Miller and updated by Louis Tissar. It was destroyed by farming. Part of it was destroyed by farming, and it cannot be relocated, because that's the big thing is, again, it all goes back to cultural resources are non-renewable resources. So if it's destroyed, it cannot be relocated. It cannot be somewhere else. Letchworth Mounds. You can see very, very, very faintly the elevation back here at the back. These Letchworth Mounds have been pretty much devastated by people living on the land and changing the elevation. But this would have been part of a mound complex. Shell Midden. This is another type of archaeological site that will have an expression above ground. There's going to be lots of shell on the surface. It doesn't seem to belong there. If you're walking through your park and you see a whole lot of shell and you just don't really know where it came from, it doesn't seem to belong there, you don't know how it could have gotten there, could be the remnants of a shell mound, or it could just be some shell midden. Either way, you could have an archaeological site on your hands. Here's another picture of shell midden, less dense, but again, not expected in that area, and that is a shell midden site. And here's freshwater snail midden. Banded mystery snails are the shells and snails that are in here. It was a main source of food for people living on the St. Johns River, and they are rarely seen nowadays. So the fact that we have so many concentrated in this area, that's a big indicator that people were living here and catching them by the thousands to eat as a food source. Another example of a shell midden that's hidden just beneath the surface. This might have had a bit of an expression above ground, because of, you see how close the surface is. Freshwater shell midden, again, a low density shell midden, but midden nonetheless. And then black earth midden, like we were talking about earlier, organic materials, as organic materials accumulate over time, they break down and become black and oily. They make this black and oily, fine-grained dirt. It will stick. I know from personal experience dealing with black earth midden, it will stick on your hands for days. You will have black hands for a long time. It is very oily and fine-grained. It really gets in your fingers, in your fingerprints and all. And it is indicative of some pretty intense occupation, all this, because again, this is all organic material. And you can see here, right, dark black earth midden, and then probably a period of dormancy, or the midden was capped, and then some more really black earth midden. This is a bridge, a ruined bridge. It is considered historical, and it could actually honestly be considered archaeological as well, because of how little there is still left of this bridge. Is this a site that we would go out and do a full-scale excavation of? Probably not, but because it is ruined, it would really be considered a archaeological historic site. And this is a historic feature, a cattle vat. A lot of times cattle dipping vats are above ground. This one is in the ground. It is early 1900s. These are all examples of resources that you might find on your lands as you're managing them, as you're exploring. And historic structures. Now, I am not going to go in depth about historic structures. That's not my wheelhouse. I'm an archaeologist. But it would be remiss of me to not mention it. Historic structures are also very important. This is Ormond House Historic State Park. And if there's anything that you need to do to a historic structure, if you need to put something in near it, if you need to renovate it, that's something that's gonna have to go through compliance. Let's see, should dipping vats stay on the landscape or be removed due to arsenic or other chemicals? That would be another compliance question for compliance. That would be something, because it would be a historic, it would really be considered a historic structure, a historic feature, part of the historic landscape. That would be something that you would have to consult with Jennifer Tobias about. I don't know if I actually said what that question was. Should dipping vats stay on the landscape or be removed due to arsenic or other chemicals? So yeah, that would be something that you would have to consult compliance for. I cannot answer that question. So these are some examples of historic structures that you might find some historic structures on your property. Part of the culmination of this training that I'm giving today is to help you determine when to contact compliance for certain projects, and to help you to predict what the compliance review process will look like. When it comes to historic structures, you are always going to have to go through compliance for that. For archaeological resources, we will get to it a little bit later. There's a matrix that will help you determine whether or not you really need to go through compliance for them. But structures, you're always going to have to go through compliance for a project involving a historic structure. So here's a historic scatter. This is a brick scatter. It probably likely has glass, maybe nails, other materials. It's possible that there were probable, really, with the amount of bricks that are there, that there was a historic homestead or some sort of historic building in this area. An historic dump site. This would be a really gross, nasty dump when it was back in its time, right? It would be a whole bunch of litter, and it would be something that you really wouldn't want on your park. But now it is a historic dump site, and we learn so much from what people discard or throw away. Um, just off the top of my head, this dump site looks like it might date back to the 30s, based on some of the bottles that I can see in there. So this is something that is very important because even though it looks like it might just be a whole bunch of trash, it might indicate that there was a road nearby or that there was certain activities. This was a place where people came to have bonfires and throw their trash, you know? Um, one man's trash is another man's treasure, and archaeologists treasure trash. We learn a lot about people from their trash. And this is an example of a very late historic site. This is a military training site. It was in use from 1960 to 1965. You can see airplane parts, old munitions probably. There are a lot of old bombing ranges in Florida. And this is another example of a very late historic site. This is the site of a plane crash that happened in 1959, and there were two people in the plane who unfortunately passed away. And having this site preserved, can be incredibly important to the families of the people that crashed in that plane. All right, so some historic materials. So tabby. Tabby is it's a material that was a very concrete like material. It would be used in building. It was made by mixing shell with like limestone and some other things to make this concrete like material. It could be carved into blocks and used as building materials. Historic site could contain older artifacts, like, artifacts from the prehistoric time period, because often these shells would be collected from shell mounds. That's just an example of how historic landscape can change just from people living in it. So a lot of times these shells that were used to make tabby were taken from shell mounds. And there's a couple other more close-up pictures of tabby. And then we have coquina. Coquina is also a concrete or cement type material, but it's a little bit more natural. This isn't something that people would make themselves. They would, however, carve it into blocks and use as building material. It is also made from little shells that wash up on the beach. And then historic materials, historical artifacts, old bricks, old brick footers, fences with old nails. These are all things that we can expect to find around, like, for example, if you're looking at a historic aerial and you see a historic homestead that you know for a fact is not there now, these are things that you could expect to find there. If you find remains of a well, there's a really good chance that you will find a historic homestead nearby. And those would all be part of the archaeological record at that point, especially if the homestead is no longer there. Old brick footers, they're very important because they can help determine where the home actually was and where the home actually stood. So we are getting ready to break for lunch. Does anybody have any questions? Any last minute questions? I know I gave a lot of information and I'm getting through it a little quickly. Is there any questions I can answer before we break for lunch? Is there a clear difference between a mound and a midden? Okay, Rachel. Is there a clear difference between a mound and a midden? A lot of times the answer is yes, elevation. But there's a little nuance to that as well. Midden, for the most part, will be um more contained to the ground. It might be a little hump, but it's never going to be nearly as big as a mound. And especially with black earth midden, you're not going to find that on the surface. That's going to be usually pretty far down. There are some very few places in South Florida where black earth midden and other midden might be pretty close to the surface, but for the most part, the big difference between mound and midden is uh, elevation. And are dump sites something that can be removed eventually in order to protect wildlife? Yes, that would be something that would probably be something to talk to compliance and review about. But as long as we mitigate that by having representatives from BAR coming out and collecting the materials, yes, I imagine that the dump sites would be able to, as long as we make sure that we can document it and know everything there is to know about that dump site before it gets removed. All right, and with that, we are going to break for lunch. Lunch will be an hour. Enjoy your lunch, and I will see you back in an hour, guys. Buddy, it's getting to be that time to get back into it. I'm gonna give everybody like a minute or so to trickle back in while we're waiting a little bit. Does anybody have any questions? Maybe something you thought of over the lunch break that you forgot to ask or you didn't think of before? All right. So we're gonna get back into it. Um, we're going to talk now about finding and recording sites and about updating information about previously known sites in the Florida Master Site file. So I mentioned before when introducing the Florida Master Site file that, oh goodness, that the Florida Master Site File is a inventory of all of the known historical and archaeological sites in the state of Florida. But again, this is just everything that we know of. There are a bunch more sites that we don't know of. So if you happen to find a new site in your property that you manage, it's important to know how to record that. And not only are there new sites that we don't know of, there are new sites that are popping up. A historic dump, for example. I just had to record a historic dump back in January that wasn't an archaeological site, wasn't a historic resource 2-3 years ago, but it is now. So those are things that we're going to need to keep in mind. And it's important that you guys know how to record site at the Florida Master Site File. And please keep in mind that we are here to help. And the Florida Master Site File, the staff there, they're great guys. I've worked with them. They're here to help. So if you ever have any questions, if any of this is not great, not intuitive, or if you forget anything, like, please feel free to reach out to us. Let's see, I have a question. What kind of resources / grants are available to non-state lands to access resources, to assess resources? Honestly, Cheryl, I'm not sure how. I don't know. Grants are not my area of expertise. You might want to reach out to the grants section of the Bureau of Historic Preservation, and you can find that by just if you Google Florida State Division of Historical Resources, and then you go under preservation, you can find the grants program with an email address for them to email for you to email them. But yeah, I'm not certain of any type of grants. Okay, so let's talk about site area. We've talked a little bit about where you might have higher probability areas. And again, those are going to be, and this is really like talking about how you find a site. Particular environments tend to be better to live in than others, right? Especially back before there were back before there was plumbing and access to clean water pretty much everywhere in the state. And back before we have had the resources that we have now to make almost any environment livable, there were particular environments that tended to be better to live in than others, specifically proximity to resources and water. Water is a huge thing. Everyone needs water to live. Water, especially back when in the time of back in pre-contact time period, water also provided food, it provided sustenance. So proximity to water and resources, that's a big thing. You also would tend to want upland vegetation, so that you're not in marshy, swampy areas. Yes, of course, there are still archaeological sites and resources in marshy, swampy areas. We find things in the Everglades all the time, but those are mostly located around Everglades tree islands and things like that. They would still live in and around the marshy areas. That also is a great source of food and water, but they're not going to be living on the water, of course. Sites that are at higher elevations, Higher elevations um, doesn't just tell that there might be a mound there, but people would like to live. Historic peoples would live like to live on higher elevations because I mean it's a better place for keeping away of predators, keeping away from floods and things like that. That's also, you're going to want to look at historical land use. Again, I've said this before, I'll say it again. If you find a historic aerial or a plat map showing that there was a homestead here, or there was a fort here, or something of that nature, and you know for a fact it's not there now, well, there's a very good chance that there is a historic archaeological site there, because I mean they don't just historical aerial imagery doesn't just show a house just to show a house, you know, like those houses were there, and if they're not now, there's a good chance that's an archaeological site. So I guess I just kind of went through all that. So another thing to note about elevation, um, midden can build up over thousands of years of people living someplace, and it can increase elevation. Now, like I stated earlier, to answer someone's question, midden is never going to be as tall as a mound. That's a huge difference. Midden will never be as tall as a mound, but it will increase the elevation, because think about it, that's organic material that's becoming soil that wasn't there before, so that's increasing the elevation. And in fact, there are some small islands near Horseshoe Beach that only exist as islands now because of midden and because people were living there and increasing the elevation, specifically Little Pine Island. That's one of those where if people had not been living there and had not been um, making these organic deposits and increasing the elevation, it would be underwater by now. Vegetation. Cypress trees, they love shell mounds. They love shell midden. Gumbo limbo trees down south, they also love shell. They love shell mounds. They love midden, because the shells leach out nutrition that those trees particularly can absorb and help them grow. Um, so that's one way that specific vegetation can help identify a site. Another way, these trees planted all along the road. Well, obviously that didn't just grow like that. You know, that's obviously something that was planted, and planted to make that road more attractive, make it prettier. It's a planted landscape, and there's a good chance that there might be a historical archaeological site in that area. Um, these plants in particular, right here, these are called kunti, and native peoples would eat those plants. So while they weren't necessarily like planting those and making big fields full of them, they would foster their growth because that's a nutritious, that was something that helped fill their bellies. That was their food, one of their food sources. Um, Things like orange trees, those are not uh, they're not native to Florida, believe it or not. Orange trees are uh, as as big of a symbol as they are for Florida now. They are not native to Florida. So if you find a couple orange trees and it's not in a grove, it's not in a clearly planted grove, you probably have a historic site somewhere. Same thing with daffodils, and there are a few other plants. I know yucca is one. I can't think of any more off the top of my head, but daffodils and yucca, things like those, live oaks, those are plants that were used for decoration. Just like we want uh, nice, pretty homes that don't look terrible on the outside or whatever. They wanted things to brighten up their homes as well and their land as well. And daffodils were a really good way to do that. If you have a daffodil, if you see some daffodils in the forest with nothing really around them, that's a good indicator of a historic homestead site. And then these bent trees. These bent trees are really, really, really cool. We don't have many of them in Florida, but there are some. Most of them are up north, but basically, these trees would serve as kind of signposts to alert people, hey, turn here. Or here's where we are, we made camp for the night. Basically, these what native peoples would do is they would take a tree that has two different branches and they would tie the branches down to the ground with their cordage that we talked about that they would weave out of palm fibers, and um, maybe they'd tie it onto another tree or tie it onto a rock or something. And as this tree would continue to grow, branches would bend because trees grow up, right? So if the branches are tied down um, to be kind of horizontal with the ground, the branches are still going to grow up. And so that's what causes these bent trees. These are really good indicators of human interaction with the environment. Proximity to fresh water. Of course, fresh water, like I said, very important. Everyone needs it to survive. And you don't particularly you want to be close to the fresh water. That way you can have a drinking source. Like I said, fresh water and salt water provided a lot of food. You want to be close to your resources. You don't want to have to travel far to get these resources. Historic land use. Florida Memory is a really great resource if you're trying to figure out how your land was used historically. The Florida Memories Project, that's a project headed by the libraries, the Florida State Libraries and Archives. And you can just Google Florida Memories Project and it'll take you to their website. I know currently Archives is still working on digitizing everything that is in, well, their archives. But they have fantastic resources. You can even find some deeds, land deeds, things like that. They have fantastic resources for anything you could need. Even if you're just curious about your own home or something like that, Florida Memories is always a great resource to help you with that. All right, sites in your managed area. You're going to want to be familiar with your known sites. And I believe most of these are going to be in your management plans. Be familiar with your known sites, but I will caution as well, specifically when we, and I'll talk further about this when we get into talking more about compliance and review. Don't assume that the sites that are in your management plan are all of the known sites. Sometimes management plans are slow to get updated. Sometimes we think they're updated and they're not. We're all human. So don't assume that all of the sites that are in your management plan are all of the sites that exist. I would say if you have a project that you are considering undertaking in your land and you're not 100% sure, your management plan doesn't say that there's a site in that area, I'd say just double check with the Florida Master Site file to make sure there's no recorded sites. Two, oh, and yeah, the Florida Master Site file is a fantastic resource. You are going to be using it a lot. This is the phone number for the site, the main line in the site file, and this is the email address. And we'll talk more about what they need from you if you are requesting information or if you are giving information. So two, know what types of surveys have been done. All surveys are not created equal. I cannot stress that enough. There are some surveys are historic structure surveys. Well, a historic structure survey is not going to be very helpful when you're talking about a ground disturbing activity that might disturb an archaeological site, is it? I mean, there's also big county-wide surveys, and when there's a huge county-wide survey being done, there's not a lot of time and a lot of space to get in depth, and there might not have been a lot of work done on your particular park or in the particular area that you're doing. So this goes back to all known sites. So don't assume that because a survey has been done and there are no sites found that you're completely good. You're going to want to take a look at what type of survey that is. If it's a cultural resource assessment survey that was done in your park only, you're probably pretty good. But again, we'll get into that more later. Three, be familiar with your high probability zones. Again, that's elevation, vegetation, distance to water, historic land use. For state parks, you can use that predictive model. For number four, record any of your unrecorded resources. If you have a site that you know of that is not recorded, please go ahead and record that with the Florida Master Site file. And this says Florida Master Site file, BAR, Bill Stanton can help. The Florida Master Site file, you need to record any unrecorded resources with the Florida Master Site file. We at BAR, Bill Stanton for state parks, he can help you. We're really all just here to help. Like, we are really passionate about making sure that our cultural resources are preserved, and we want to make sure that you have all the resources you need to be able to do that. Oh, that is not supposed to be there. We will have another 15-minute break, but the slide is a little too early, so we're going to skip over that. And let's go on to managing sites. So, when to alert BAR? You are going to want to alert BAR if human remains are exposed. That's a big one. Remember when I said earlier, we do not want to, the last thing we want to do is disturb any human remains. So if any remains show up and you think that they could be human, we'll talk about a little more about what to do with that in a minute. But you're going to want to make sure that you stop work. You stop whatever it is you're doing and make sure that that's good. Alert BAR if looting is active. If you know that someone is looting, if you haven't been able to catch them, make sure you call Paulette, because we have, BAR has access to get game cameras. And if you have a site that you know is being looted, but you just can't catch them because you're not out there all the time, and you think a game camera would be very helpful, please let us know. We would be happy to send you a camera. Unfortunately, with it being the state, sometimes it takes a while to get those cameras, but we would absolutely love to send you a camera if you need one. A poor condition assessment is given. Alert BAR if a poor condition assessment is given. Now, I want to be clear, a poor condition assessment, because you're supposed to be checking your the sites on your managed lands conditions yearly. Poor condition assessment doesn't necessarily mean, oh, this site doesn't look good, I'm going to give it a poor condition assessment. If the condition of the site is unchanged from the year before, it would be in good condition because it's not actively eroding. Even if you think it's a little sandy, it doesn't look very good, it doesn't look very safe. If it is unchanged from the year before, the condition would be good because it's not actively eroding. Poor condition is for if the site is actively eroding or if the site is actively being looted. And then complete a Florida Master Site File site form, and this would be an update form. If you are absolutely sure that the site location is different from what you have and what is shown on the Florida Master Site File, that would be something that you would want to double check with the Florida Master Site File before you submit that form, before you waste time filling it out, because sometimes as the Florida Master Site File has progressed and grown in technology as the rest of the world has, it got from sometimes in transferring from quad maps where sites have been drawn on to GIS format, sometimes sites get put in the wrong place or sites get shifted. And a lot of times those things get updated and you might not have the most updated map. So that would be something to double check with the Florida Master Site File. But if after double checking you are absolutely sure the site location is different, you're going to want to fill out the site form to update the Florida Master Site File with the correct location. If you discover something new about the site, like if it's recorded as an archaic lithic scatter, and then boom, lo and behold, you find some pottery. Well, if it's recorded as a lithic scatter and there's no pottery and now you find pottery, that's something new about the site that we really need to know, we really need to record. So, maintaining sites summary, and this is best management practices little booklet that I'm also going to include in my handouts that I will send to you. This basically, you need to monitor your sites annually. I believe that's already in your management plans. Fill out the form for your agency. I don't know if Park Service has a different agency than FWC or whatever agency that you are with. You're going to want to fill out the appropriate form. And if you have any questions at all, contact BAR or the FMSF. And definitely be aware of potential threats. Like I said, if there's been looting in the area and you're worried about certain sites, be aware of that. Make sure that we're aware of that as well. If your site is right on the river and as the river rises and falls, it's getting eroded, make sure we're aware of that and be aware of that yourself as well. All right, so we're going to look at recording two sites. Well, recording one site and then updating another site. So this is the first unrecorded site. Well, the only unrecorded site. It has historic brick right here. There are two small light purple glass fragments. Bonus points, who remembers what we call light purple glass fragments? Awesome, awesome. I'm seeing some solarized, I'm seeing some manganese. Um, yes, yeah. So manganese is what was added to the glass to kind of allow this solarization process to happen. Solarized is exactly what we call them. Yes, glass is also called shards, like little pieces of glass, those are called shards. Amethyst glass is a different type of glass and it will be a deeper purple. But good, good. I'm glad you guys are are catching on. That's awesome. So in this site, there's also some unidentifiable metal, and there's some wood that looks like it's been sawed, and one marine shell right here. So what we're going to do first, before we even think about really like getting the site form out and recording it, first thing we're going to do is we're going to email the site file at that email address. And we're going to ask them, um, Amanda asks, would the shell and glass count as midden even in such a small quantity? In that small of a quantity, no, it probably wouldn't count as midden. Um, it, it, it might be considered midden if we see it further down, but with that small of a surface expression, no, it wouldn't be called midden at this time. Now, if we go back and do a actual excavation, we might find midden there. But at this point, no, it would not be considered midden. So first things first, you're going to want to email the site file and check and see if there are any sites that have been recorded there that you're not aware of. You're going to include any information that will identify the location. Ideally, this would be GIS data, like shape files. Not everyone has access to GIS data, and that's perfectly okay. Map, coordinates, address of the location, town range section numbers, those are all helpful. You could even just like take a screenshot of a Google Maps and like circle exactly where this site was and send it into them with the town range section, or with coordinates or the nearest address, and those would all be very helpful. Don't just send in a map with a circle on it with no identifying information and expect them to be able to help you with that. But if you can just include just any little bit help, even if you just like drop a pin on Google and use those coordinates, that's all perfect. That will help them figure out exactly where you are so that they can help you. And then after that, you will fill out, so say you checked with the Florida Master Site file. They come back and say, nope, there are no sites recorded in the area that you indicated. You are going to pull up this number assignment request form and you are going to fill it out. And that is the first thing you do. Well, I guess the second thing you do, because you're going to need a site number to be able to record this. So you already checked with the Florida Master Site file. So you are going to check, yes, I checked with the Florida Master Site file. And they include this just to make sure that sites aren't being doubly recorded. Then you're going to include the date that you checked. If you email them, you're almost always going to be checking the site file staff consulted. Then you're going to write your contact information. Don't use personal information. Use your business address, use your business phone or your business email. Don't use personal information. Don't worry about the project name. You're not really going to need to worry about that. Make sure There we go. Make sure to check the appropriate box for the resource type and the appropriate county that you are working in. So if this site is in Leon County, I'd check Leon County and archaeological site. And then here comes the fun part. You're going to need to name it. Now, we don't have super strict rules on naming it, but for a site like this, I would probably name it something historic scatter or just something scatter so that we know what type of site it is. Like, for example, this resource in this example is woodland mound. You could name it forest scatter. You could name it palm scatter. But we just like to have some sort of indication of what it is or where it is so that people who are trying to do research using the Florida Master Site file can look and see what type it is without having to go super in depth. It makes research a little more streamlined and easier. Don't worry about this. You can fill in this name of this or the number of the site. So fill in the name of the site, fill in the address or GPS coordinates or town range section, wherever you can get it. Don't worry about this assigned number field. They are going to send you a, I wish I had a picture of what one of these would look like, but they're going to send you a little form telling you like woodland mound is this number. And when you get these numbers back, and you're going to email this site to this number assignment request form to the Florida Master Site file at this email address. And when you get these numbers back, you are always going to see the first number is going to be an 8. And the 8 is, it just kind of indicates that this is a Florida site. Each state has its own number for their sites. 8 is Florida's. And then you're going to see 2 letters, and these 2 letters, they correspond to the county that it's in. Like I think Alachua County's letters are AL, Jackson County's are JA. They don't always follow LE for Leon or something like that, but a lot of them do if they can. And then the actual site number. So here's what an archaeological site form looks like. We used to have you guys use short forms, but what we have found with the short forms, the Florida Master Site file does not use short forms anymore. So if you submit a short form, it's not going to be added to the database correctly, and it's going to have to be pretty much entirely rewritten at the site file. But what we've been finding with the short forms and why the Florida Master Site file got rid of the short forms is we were not getting enough information about it about each site, because I know this looks like a lot of information and it can look pretty daunting, but think about it this way. If you don't know half of the stuff and you leave half of these blank, it is what it is. That's fine. You still gave everything you knew. But on a short form, when there's a lot less fields and a lot less information to give, and you're leaving things blank, that starts to become a problem. So that's why we use these archaeological site forms, the full ones. So right now we're working on recording an unrecorded site. So we would click the original box right here. If you were updating a site, boom, you're updating it. And you would choose the site number. There's that number 8. And that's where you would type in, say our site number is LE 1457. That's what you type here. Your field date is what date you were out in the field, and then your form date is what date you were filling out the form. So you might have stumbled across this scatter on the 13th of July, and you're not filling out the form until the 15th of July. Well, that's when you'd write the form date. Don't worry about recorder number. That's not pertinent. Site names, that's where you'd write your site name. Don't worry about the multiple listing or the survey number. Again, you're probably not really going to need to worry about the project name. Ownership. For the most part, you guys are going to be working with state-owned lands. If you have something on your personal property that you would that you want to be recorded with the Florida Master Site File, you're going to choose private, individual, things like that. But for the most part, it's going to be state-owned lands. For this, you can, and in my packet of handouts, I have a page with a bunch of helpful resources, specifically a link to USGS quad maps. That's really what they're asking for here. There's a drop-down menu to help you choose, but you can pretty much look up your specific area in this and find it within these USGS quad maps, and they'll tell you the last date that it's been updated. You don't need to include all of this information, like the township range section, the UTM coordinates, other coordinates, address. Just make sure that it's enough information to find the site. Like if it's in the northeast section of a certain township range and section, do that and make sure, check that and make sure that you include a map when you send this form in. If you have coordinates, great, use those. Things like that, they're always helpful, but you don't have to include all of this location information, just as long as you make sure you have enough that someone would be able to find it if they're looking for it. All right, now the type of site. Setting. This will be, this one will be known for the most part. If you're on land, it's going to be a land site. Lake, pond, all setting is pretty self-explanatory. Structures or features, if you're not sure, you do not need to fill this in. For this one, we would choose surface scatter because we're seeing quite a few historic artifacts on the surface. If you found the remains of an old plantation, that's what you'd choose. If you found a historic dump, that's what you'd choose. But again, if you're not 100% sure, don't feel pressured to fill everything out. Fill out what you know. Function, again, that's another thing that if you don't know, don't worry about it. Since this one is a surface scatter, we can't really tell much about what this was functioning as. It might have been a homestead, but it also might have been a dump. We don't know. So we're going to leave that one blank. Culture period. We have all these very specific culture periods, but then we also have very I can tell that this is prehistoric, but I'm not super sure that it's Paleo-Indian versus Glades 2. So you can click prehistoric non-specific or prehistoric ceramic. I know that there's prehistoric ceramic here, but I'm not sure which period it dates to. And then non-Aboriginal, this is after contact, Spanish. There's also American 20th century, American non-specific, things like that. Opinion of resource significance, pretty much anything from here under, don't worry about. Don't worry about this. Opinion of resource significance, that is going to be filled in by the state archaeologist. We do not expect you to give your opinion or give your explanation as to whether this resource is significant or not. So don't worry about that. And then on the back, site detection, this one would be exposed ground. And pretty much most of what you are going to be recording would be exposed ground. You might have an informant report, or you might have found a historic homestead mentioned in some literature, and then you go and look at it and wow, there is a historic homestead site here. So literature search. Site boundary, again, you could just use exposed ground for that. That's probably what, like, we're not asking you guys to go in there and shovel to figure out what the bounds of the site are. So exposed ground is probably the most of what you're gonna deal with. Site description, that's going to be, it says extent size. Again, if you don't know the extent size, that's fine. Depth stratigraphy of the cultural deposit. For this example specifically, depth stratigraphy, it's all on the surface. This is a surface level site. Temporal interpretation. So this is about, this is more relevant when we're doing really big excavations and there's a lot of stratigraphy. That way we can kind of say, oh, we believe there was Paleo-Indian occupation at this level, and then early archaic occupation at this level. That would be a multi-component site because there's multiple levels of occupation, multiple time periods of occupation. For the specific example, yes, there was a shell there, and the shell could easily throw you off, but all the other artifacts there are historic. So we would write single component artifacts seem to be historic. And it's as simple as that. These are not, don't worry about, don't overthink these. They're very simple. Integrity, overall disturbance. If it's majorly disturbed, like there's been a lot of looting, that would be major disturbance. If it's completely destroyed, we're hoping it's not, but if it's completely destroyed, that's that is something that you would check, and you make sure you document. You send pictures of the destroyed site. You would send pictures if you could, if you had found any artifacts of the artifacts that were found, things like that. Disturbances, threats, protective measures. If you have a site that's actively eroding, you would write that here. Site is at risk of erosion, things like that. Protective measures, that would be something you would want to contact BAR about. Hey, Paulette, we have the site that's actively eroding. What can we do against it? And we'll ask you to send pictures probably, and then we'll figure out how to how to help you with that. And then, so artifacts. This talks a lot about collections. Let me be clear, we do not want you guys to collect artifacts. Please don't. Please don't. Um, we want these artifacts to remain where they are. If you are worried about an artifact, like for example, if you are walking a path in your park and you find an artifact on the path that you're worried someone's going to take, feel free to just like pick it up and move it off the path, maybe hide it under some dirt or something, but leave it in that general area. Please, 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 please do not pick up artifacts and take them back to your office or wherever. Just please don't take them away from the site. I will also mention that I know that sometimes visitors at parks and state lands will pick up artifacts and bring it to someone in one of your park rangers, maybe. I know that that happens. If that does happen, maybe just keep it in your office and call BAR and say, hey, visitor, and definitely try to get information about where the visitor found the artifact. But just call BAR, say, hey, visitor brought me this artifact. I have it here. What do you guys want me to do about it? Something as simple as that, because we know that sometimes well-meaning visitors pick things up because they're interested or they think they're protecting the artifact and they bring it to you guys. There's nothing you can do about that after the fact. So that's what we would ask you to do in those cases. Let's see, Darren asked, what about artifacts that wash up on the beach? Same type of thing. If you're worried that someone will take it, maybe like cover it up with some sand, move it out of a specific area, but keep it in the same general area. If you're getting a lot of artifacts washing up on the beach, please, please, please send us a picture. Send BAR pictures. We have, and it's specifically if they're washing up on the beach, you would probably want to send some pictures to Ryan Duggins, the state underwater archaeologist. Because if they're washing up on the beach, they're probably coming from the ocean. So, but yeah, so just don't take artifacts, move them so that they'll be protected, is what we ask. So for this specific category for the artifacts, you're going to want to choose O in this for these, observed firsthand but not collected. And then there's drop down menus for like metal. For this one, we choose metal and brick and glass, things like that. Those are all in these drop down categories. And if you can't find an artifact in this drop down category, you can always write it here in the artifact comments. Diagnostic, don't worry too much about that, unless you're absolutely sure that, oh, this is 100% heat treated chert or Deptford check stamped pottery. Unless you're absolutely sure, don't put it in diagnostic. There we go. So then we want to know a little bit about the environment. Again, as much as you can tell us, if you don't know, don't worry about it. But a lot of these things too, environment can be kind of piggybacked off of sites that are already recorded nearby the site. So if you're not sure what to do about environment, reach out to us at the BAR or Florida Master Site File, and they could probably help you out with that. But the nearest freshwater, that's especially something that we're going to want to know about. The type, the name, how far it is from the site, the topography, all that type of stuff is that's something that we're going to be very interested in. But again, just do as much as you can. Don't really worry about the documentation. And then recorder and informant information. If a visitor told you about the site and helped you find it, that would be the informant. But if you just stumbled upon the site, you are the recorder and there is no informant. You're your own informant. So I know that was a lot of information. Please keep in mind, we are here to help. If you forget anything that I'm talking about, feel free to reach out. I should also mention that there are different forms for archaeological sites versus structures, bridges, things like that, cemeteries. They all have different sites, and those or site forms, and those forms can all be found on the Florida Master Site File website. In my packet of information, of handouts that I'm going to send out to you, I do include a archaeological site form. So I will include that. You will be having one of those sent over to you. And when you submit this form, again, GIS is ideal to show us exactly where this site is, but if you don't have access to GIS, a map with the town section range and like the exact location of the site circled is perfectly fine, things like that. And if you don't have everything that the site file needs to help you, they will reach out and they will say, hey, could I get a little bit more information about where this site is? So no, don't worry about that. They will let you know if they're missing something. For archaeological sites, pictures are not required. Pictures are helpful, especially if it's something like a scatter like that. Pictures are not required for archaeological sites, though, because they are protected from sunshine laws, and those are very archaeological sites are considered sensitive information. Pictures are not required, especially if there are human remains. We're not going to want to send in any pictures at all. We're not going to want to have pictures in the Florida Master Site File of human remains. But for something like a scatter, if you can send in a picture, that would be great. All right, so updating a site. So this is some shell midden that has been uprooted with a big storm that's gone through. You're gonna have to update the quality or condition, not quality, of the site because it's eroding. Same thing with this. You can see with this site right here that the waves, this is a beach site, the waves are coming up and they are undercutting the soil, and that deteriorates the site and erodes at the site. So that is going to require an update. And updates, really the only difference between an update and a newly recorded site is you're going to be clicking update, not original. You have the site number already. You have the site name already. You're not choosing either of those. And I will say a big difference with our recording a new site and recording an update for a site is that a lot of things on the updated site form, you could just kind of cheat a little bit and copy from the previous site form. Of course, you're going to want to change what needs to be changed, like you'd want to change the condition, the integrity, things like that. If you find new artifacts, if it was a shell midden that didn't seem to provide any artifacts other than shell, and you found lithic points, well, you're going to want to include those. But for the most part, you can usually kind of just copy from the previous site forms, and that will help you out a lot. All right, so this is where we will take our last 15-minute break. I know I don't have a slide for it because I messed the slides up, but we are going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break. And this will be the last break of the day. So get some water, go to the bathroom, enjoy your 15 minutes, and I'll see you back here. All right, everybody, our last 15-minute break is over and we are in the home stretch. So compliance and review. This whole training has basically been background and just culminating to helping you as land managers, as people who work on state lands, make decisions for your property, and help you figure out the kind of navigate the compliance and review process, figure out by using the matrix when you can kind of avoid the compliance and review process versus when you absolutely need to go through it. So this is really, this last little bit is the most important part. This is where everything that you've learned today kind of comes together. So compliance and review, your state lands reviewer is Jennifer Tobias. She's very nice. I'm sure some of you have already worked with her, and she is fantastic. So here's her contact information. I want to say, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to Jennifer Tobias. Feel free to reach out to me. We would be very happy to help you, especially if you have any questions in dealing with the matrix once we get there, and making decisions about projects for your part. Jennifer would be happy to help you with that. So, Chapter 267 of Florida state statutes. This is pretty much the statute that sets up the compliance and review department. Each state agency of the executive branch having direct or indirect jurisdiction over proposed state or state assigned undertaking shall, in accordance with state policy and prior to the approval of expenditure of any state funds on the undertaking, consider the effect of the undertaking on any historic property. Each such agency shall afford the division a reasonable opportunity to comment with regard to such undertaking. Again, this is the statute that sets up the Compliance and Review Department, and that is the purpose of the Compliance and Review Department is to comment on undertakings that might hurt or affect historic property, and make sure that any historic property, any historic resource, any archaeological resource is saved to the best of our ability. Now, saved doesn't always mean physically saved. Sometimes it means documented well enough that any information that we may need in the future about it will be able to be answered from the documentation. So kind of mitigating the damage that a certain project might cause on the archaeological register or the or archaeological record or any historic properties. Statute subsection B. The important part out of here is timely steps are taken to determine that no feasible and prudent alternative to the proposed demolition or alteration exists. And when no such alternative is determined to exist, to assure that timely steps are taken either to avoid or mitigate the adverse effect, or to undertake an appropriate archaeological salvage, excavation, or other recovery action. There may be times where, for example, there may be times where you're trying to set up a new fire break in your park, and that fire break, the proposed area for that fire break is going to go through a pretty important site. And I mean, fire breaks are important. We understand that. Sometimes things have to go in certain places, but going through compliance and review, and the job of the compliance and review section is to make sure that if something like that has to happen, you can't move the fire break out of the specific area where it will affect a historical or archaeological resource, that steps are taken to avoid or mitigate those adverse effects, whether that's a full phase 3, getting all the data we can out of that archaeological site before it's destroyed or before it's altered, or whether that's recording a structure before it's bulldozed, something like that. That's all part of what compliance and review does to save and preserve our history. And then the important part out of that, to locate, inventory, and evaluate all historic properties under the agency's ownership or control. That is part of where the Florida Master Site File comes in. Again, the Florida Master Site File is an inventory of all known cultural resources of the state of Florida. It's everything that we know that is in the state of Florida that is a cultural resource. It can either be submitted, information can either be submitted by archaeologists, by citizens who, Joe Schmo owns a farm, and he knows of a historic structure on his private property, his farm. He wants to report that to the Florida Master Site File. That's included in the inventory. Now, our job, BAR, and a lot of what we're talking about today really only applies to properties under the state's ownership or control. That does include properties that the state holds an easement on. So a lot of times we'll have easements on properties specifically because they will they do, excuse me, have a high probability of yielding cultural information and historical information that is very important to the state. So a lot of times we'll hold an easement on that with, of course, the property owner's consent. A lot of times they will talk to the state about getting an easement, and that this includes state that we have or property that we have easements on. So project submissions for ground disturbing activities. If after using the matrix, which we will get to in a minute, you determine that you are going to need to have a full-scale state lands review from compliance and review, this is the form that you are going to want to fill out. You are going to want to fill this out and send it to State Lands Compliance at dos.myflorida.com. You are going to want to send this form filled out with the supplemental pages with additional information if needed. So a lot of that information will be maps or aerial images of the project location with areas of the proposed ground disturbance clearly labeled, a site plan and architectural plans, photographs, building photographs and date of construction, and Florida master site file numbers for recorded resources. You are going to want to send this to this email address. That email address is specifically for state lands, and Jennifer Tobias will receive it. And this is basically just like, here's the description of your project. Here's what we anticipate, when we anticipate the project will start. Here's the name of the project, building restrooms, the latitude and the longitude, the town range section, the county, the address, all the information that you can provide will be helpful. All right, what to consult for? You're going to want to consult compliance and review for heavy ground disturbing activities, heavy ground disturbing projects. If you're putting in a bathroom, if you're putting in new stables, if you're putting in drainage or a septic tank or things like that, that's going to be heavy ground disturbing projects. And that has a very big potential to very negatively affect archaeological resources. So that is something you are definitely going to want to consult compliance and review for. When the matrix says to consult, the matrix it's a really cool tool that only those individuals who have been ARM trained and ARM certified are allowed to use. And it will be able to, it will help you figure out when you need to consult DHR and when you're probably good to just go ahead and do project. Rehabilitation, restoration, repair, or demolition of buildings or structures 50 years old or older. This is what I was saying before. Pretty much everything that is having to do with historic structures, you're going to want to consult compliance and review for. Chris asked, is a multi-use trail considered ground disturbing? Oh, come on. I'm getting to your question, Chris. I promise. This is just okay. There we go. Is a multi-use trail considered ground disturbing activities? This may be in the matrix. We will cover that type of stuff in a little bit later when we're talking about the matrix more. Basically, a good rule of thumb is well, we'll talk about the good rules of thumb, but anything would really be considered ground disturbing. It's just a matter of whether it's a major ground disturbing activity or a minor ground disturbing activity. So we'll talk about that a little bit more as we go on. So projects that require state or federal permitting, that's going to be something that you're going to need to consult for as well. Sale, lease, transfer of state-owned property, and easements. Those are also going to be things that you are going to consult for. When to submit for consultation. As soon as you know that there is going to be a project and you know a general location, you're going to want to submit for consultation. Projects that you have planned for the next fiscal year, projects that are shown in management plans, and any possibly upcoming or unexpected projects that might happen. You're going to want to submit as soon as possible. Keep in mind, a review can take up to 30 days. That's statute allowed. It can take up to 30 days. And there is only one state reviewer for compliance, and that is Jennifer. She works very hard. She's very good at her job, but she's only one person. So you're going to want to make sure that you get those in as quickly as possible to avoid any delays. I know, obviously, there are some things that come up unexpectedly, like, oh, my pipes burst and I need to get that fixed. Well, that would be something that you might want to just call Jennifer and email her directly and be like, hey, this is a bit of an emergency situation. How do you want me to handle this? But any type of question like that, feel free to contact her. I know she'd be happy to help. All right, the matrix. You've heard me talk about it a good bit now. The matrix guides land managers through the process of managing historic resources during ground disturbing activities. It makes DHR recommendations predictable, and it eliminates the formal DHR review process for some projects. Now, these some projects are pretty much just minor ground disturbances, especially in well-surveyed areas without sites. And again, this goes back to the well-surveyed areas part. Again, that goes back to all surveys are not committed or not considered equal. If you have if you're managing a park that is relatively small in your county, and the only survey that has been done in the whole park is a county-wide archaeological survey, you're probably going to get you're definitely going to want to consult compliance and review, but they're probably going to want you to have a CRM firm come and do a CRAS, cultural resource assessment survey. We just want to make sure that we have really good surveys and really good information so that we don't accidentally bulldoze a site or accidentally dig through a site and destroy very important archaeological evidence that might solve some of the mysteries of the past in Florida. All right. Regular ground disturbing activities by land managers can damage archaeological resources. Projects vary, impacts vary. The matrix helps balance money and cultural resource protection, time, and necessary projects. So something like this post hole digger, digging a hole for, I don't know, a grill, a new sign, you're just resetting one or two poles in a fence that fell down. That's going to have relatively small impact unless that is absolutely in a well-recorded archaeological site. If there's no sites there, that's probably not going to have a huge impact. But something like this, where you're laying down pipes and you're using a backhoe to disturb the ground, that is going to be considered major ground disturbing activity, whether there are recorded sites there or not. Because again, It's all about known sites, and we don't know all the sites. It's especially if your area has not been surveyed well. You could plan a project like this, um, where where you think that there aren't any recorded sites and you think it's been well surveyed, and it might not be well surveyed. Um, so the matrix. We have the extent of disturbance. It's either major disturbance or minor disturbance. Major disturbance, no matter what, you're gonna want to consult DHR, because even if a good CRAS survey, cultural resource assessment survey, has been done in the area, we still want to make sure that our resources are as protected as possible. It's likely in the event here where there are no known sites, it's an unsurveyed, or like if there are no known sites. Sorry, I keep stumbling over my words here. If there are known sites, whether it's a major or a minor disturbance, you are going to want to consult DHR. Even putting in just a post hole in a known site can be considered a major disturbance, or can be really disruptive to the archaeological site. If it's an unsurveyed area and it's a major disturbance, you're going to want to consult DHR. If it's an unsurveyed area and it's a minor disturbance, maybe you're putting in a post hole, you're putting in a couple grills or a fire ring, and or campfiring, and there's not really been a lot of good surveys, but it's minor work. You're not going to be digging too deep in the ground, or you're not going to be digging super wide holes. Then you're going to want to just monitor that. You're going to want to make sure that an ARM certified individual is monitoring that. Let me be clear. An ARM certified individual is enabled and certified to monitor. You can't just have your new park ranger who hasn't had a chance to be certified yet monitoring and consider that good. And good, we did our due diligence, we monitored. ARM certified individuals have to be the monitors, because you guys have now had this background training in archaeology and you know what to look for. And then the last little section is surveyed area, no sites. If it's a major disturbance, you're still going to want to consult DHR. If it's a minor disturbance, you're going to want to monitor. It's very likely that if it's a surveyed area and it's well surveyed and there are no known sites, and you consult DHR, it's very likely that they might just say, hey, just monitor, and send us a monitoring report. And if that's the case, great. But if it's a not well surveyed area, or if it's not surveyed at all, they're probably going to request that a cultural resource management firm comes in and does a CRAS. All right, so using the matrix. Step 1, you're going to determine the amount of ground disturbance, whether it's major or minor. Has there been a cultural resource assessment survey done on the location? If there has not, that's one of those things that you may as well consider it unsurveyed. Then you're going to check the matrix. If it says monitor, you're going to monitor. And if it says consult DHR, you're going to consult DHR. You're going to submit a compliance and review consultation form. And I am going to show you the monitoring forms that we have. I think I talked with Jennifer yesterday, and I think the new directive is that if the matrix says monitor, don't check with DHR, I think you still need to submit the monitoring form, but there is a little box to check that says I'm monitoring because DHR told me to versus I'm monitoring because I use the matrix type of thing. But yeah, if the matrix says consult DHR, you're going to need to submit a compliance and review consultation form, which is what I showed you earlier. So step 1, determine if a disturbance is minor. If a disturbance is minor, there is little or no new ground disturbed. If the ground has been heavily disturbed, there are no sites, and you're just digging a post hole, you're probably fine. It's minor. But if it's pretty new ground, hasn't been disturbed, there are no known sites, and there's been no good survey, you're probably good. It's still minor, but you're just going to want to make sure that you monitor pretty closely. If it's less than 6 inches deep, that is going to be considered a minor disturbance. Of course, the exception is isolated post holes. If you're digging 2 post holes to put in a sign, or 1 post hole, just a couple little post holes to try to get a fence standing back up. Now, if you're trying to put in a new fence, that is going to be considered a major ground disturbing activity, because that's a lot of post holes to be putting in. But if it's just like 1 or 2 fence posts that have fallen over from a storm, you can probably fix that without having a minor, or without having it be a major ground disturbance. And if the ground disturbance is less than 1 acre in extent. So, for example, if you're just kind of like clearing a path, and you're going to have to be digging it out a little bit, and it's less than 1 acre in extent, you're not going 6 inches deep, you're not disturbing the ground very much, it would probably be considered a minor ground disturbance. A major, heavy or new ground disturbance. So that means digging deep to put in a new septic tank. That means digging deep to put in that means putting in bathrooms, things like that. And here are some examples of minor disturbances: small holes for posts, maintenance of existing landscape area, and installation of small plants like seedlings or plugs. Those are going to be minor disturbances. Installation of firings, fireplaces, or grills. Those are also going to be minor disturbances. And installation of equipment, structures, or racks that require little subsurface disturbance, such as bicycle racks, garbage can bins, lifeguard stands. Those are all going to be considered minor disturbances. Major disturbances: trenching for installation of utilities or lines. Yes, that is obviously going to be a very major disturbance. Landscaping and planting, including initial roller chopping and mechanized exotic plant removal. That's going to be a major disturbance. That comes in and that tears up the ground. That can really, really, really destroy archaeological resources, and that is the last thing we want. Movement of large amounts of earth for trenching, or for terracing, concrete slab installation, foundation repair or stabilization, animal burials, etc. Animal burials, of course, use some discretion. If you're burying a squirrel, that's not going to be a major disturbance. But if you're burying a 5-point buck. That's going to be a major disturbance. Now, construction of bridges, docks, boardwalks, decks, etc. Those are all going to be major disturbances. Initial prescribed burns and new fire lane construction, those are also going to be prescribed burns, or those are also going to be major disturbances. Construction of structures such as restrooms, mobile homes, sewage treatment plants, etc. Those are going to be major disturbances. Installation of fencing that requires a single fence post or a series of fence post holes, that's going to be a major disturbance. So is dredging. And there's one more that I guess got deleted from my PowerPoint, but maintenance of existing fire lanes, roads, drainage swells, and septic tanks. That's going to be a major disturbance as well. Yes, that is already disturbed ground, but we also have to think about when these things were put in. If you had a septic tank put in the back in like the 40s or 50s, that's going to be there's a good chance that they missed some pretty important stuff, and you need to do maintenance on that. Yeah, it's disturbed ground, but that's still pretty disturbing activity. Just because the ground has been disturbed does not mean that we can't still find valuable archaeological resources in the disturbed ground. So, step 2, check for presence of known archaeological sites and whether a cultural resource assessment survey has been conducted in your project area. Florida Master Site File, they are going to be a fantastic resource for that. Not only do they keep an inventory of all the cultural resources that are known and reported to them within the state of Florida, they also keep all of the surveys that are known and have been done and reported to them within the state of Florida. So that's going to be a very good resource. Management plans, they should list whether crafts has been done in your park, in your managed land as well. So based on the information in steps 1 and 2, you determine the category in which the project falls on the matrix table. So again, if it's unsurveyed land, but it's a pretty minor disturbance, you're good to just monitor. If it's a surveyed area with no site, and it's a minor disturbance, you're also good to just monitor. If it's an area with known sites and you're going to be putting in a sign, you're still going to want to consult DHR. How to monitor. So when you're monitoring, you are going to want to be actively observing these excavations. You're going to want to make sure that you're paying attention to anything that's unusual. Look for the unnatural. Pottery sherds, stones that look a little bit too pointy to be natural. Things like that. You're going to want to make sure that you're keeping an eye out for that, because those are artifacts. Those are pretty good indicators that there might be an archaeological site buried there. You're going to want to check in walls and back dirt piles for artifacts. You're going to want to check in walls and back dirt piles for human bones. So Darren asked, does the compliance review matrix also apply to historic structures? That is a very good question. It does not. The matrix and this training really only applies to archaeological sites. It's for, and pretty much for anything involving historic structures, you are going to have to go through compliance and review. So if you have any questions, you're going to want to email a picture to BAR. Again, we don't want you to collect the artifacts. We want you to document them in place. Take notes about the location, take photographs. If the site has not been recorded, record it. And again, call us, email us if you have any questions. When to pause construction. If you find 3 or more artifacts while the construction is taking place, if you find 3 or more artifacts while the construction is taking place, you're going to want to pause that. That means that's a site. And that also means there's probably quite a few more. If you find human bone, I can't stress this enough. If you find human bone, stop immediately. Even if you're not 100% sure that it's human bone, but it looks oddly suspicious, it looks a little human-like, you are going to want to stop construction immediately. The absolute last thing we want to do is disturb any unmarked burials. If you find a feature, again, features might be a little bit more difficult, but that's staining in the dirt. Specifically, like for example, in this picture, all these stainings right here, those are post holes. That's evidence of a some sort of fence, maybe, considering how close they are together, maybe a structure. And this right here, the staining, that's dirt that was deposited later than all this other dirt was. And it's a feature, it's important. You're going to want to pause construction and call DHR compliance and review if you find any of those things. And Ruth asked a question. It said, my slide said new fire lanes, but I thought I heard you say even existing fire lanes is a major, yes. So even existing fire lanes, renewing existing fire lanes is considered a major disturbance, because all those machines, they get in there and they really tear up the dirt. So that is considered a major disturbance. 9 times out of 10, compliance and review will just tell you to monitor it. But again, you're still going to need to go through compliance and review, specifically because we've seen deeper down as we get further down in fire lanes to get, we've seen us starting to get artifacts as we get further down in fire lanes as they've been renewed more, whereas when they were first put in, there might not have been any as they're continuing to be renewed. We have seen some artifacts pop up. Daniel, does that include disking or raking, which is done every year? I would say for that one, I would double check with Jennifer and see if she would want you to consult DHR for that. Again, she would probably just say monitor it. But that's one that I would double check with Jennifer on. And then, is there a proper method to remove the soil to see the darker features? That's the thing, is that the proper method is archaeology, right? So we are, if you find a feature, um, we would of course like you to stop right away. We're not going to be wagging our fingers at you if you find a feature because you accidentally cut through it. That's not, no, if you're doing the if you're proceeding with the project um through DHR uh review or through the matrix, that feature was not expected to be there. So if you happen to see while you're excavating darker dirt than you've been seeing, maybe take a look at it. If you have a doubt whether it's a feature or not, take a picture, send it to BAR, ask us if it looks like a feature. But yeah, I mean, as far as proper methods to remove soil to see darker features, that's going to be archaeology. And I know that for pretty much all the projects that you guys might be undertaking, you don't really necessarily have time to remove the dirt as methodically as we do. Okay, so Chapter 872, Florida Statutes Chapter 872, that is dealing with human remains. It makes it illegal to willfully and knowingly disturb human remains. The state archaeologist may take jurisdiction over and control of human remains from individuals who have been dead for at least 75 years. Now, that's significant because historical resources, archaeological sites, everything we've been talking about all day, 50 years or more. For human remains, it is, if it is 75 years or older, then that is jurisdiction of the state archaeologist. What do I do if I find human remains? You are going to want to cease all activity that may disturb the remains. And you are going to want to immediately notify law enforcement or your district medical examiner if you have any doubt whether it's human remains or an animal, or if the person has been or if the person the human remains have been are more than 75 years old. If you have doubts about either of those, the medical examiner can help. And Katie Miar, who is our state archaeologist and the bureau chief for the Bureau of Archaeological Research, she can help as well. So the best thing to do if you find human remains would be to contact your district medical examiner, have them come out, see if they are indeed human remains, and if they are over 75 years old, or if they are 75 years old or older, that becomes jurisdiction of Katie, our state archaeologist. Let's see. I have a question from James. I can't remember if it has been said, but how long do we have to assess a site after an artifact has been found till construction of a site can resume? That is a very good question that I do not know the answer to. That will be, that's one of those things where if you find 3 artifacts while construction is occurring, you need to stop construction, call DHR, call Jennifer Tobias, tell her what's going on, and she might say, okay, she will definitely ask for more information about the artifacts. She'll probably ask for pictures, and she might say, okay, we're going to need to get a crafts done in there before construction can resume. And if that's the case, you'll have a CRM company come in and do the crafts, and CRM companies get those things done pretty quickly. But again, that's always going to be a case-by-case basis. So I can't really tell you a definitive answer on that, James. All right. James, it would tend to vary off of what item was found. If it's prehistoric, it's obviously going to be a lot more sensitive than historic artifacts, or if you're finding like a lot of historic artifacts, it might just be that BAR is called in to mitigate the damage done to the archaeological site. But again, that's all going to be a case-by-case basis. So monitoring is about awareness. Are there any unrecorded structures in that area that you know about? What type of land is it? Is it a bluff adjacent to a stream? Is it a tree island in the Everglades? If it is a bluff adjacent to a stream, if it is a tree island in the Everglades, you might want to look at maybe trying to do that project elsewhere. But because those are going to be high probability areas. What type of land is it? Is it an active coastal zone? Is it commonly traversed, or is it remote? Has the damage already been done to the archaeological site? If the damage has already been done, that's something that you're going to mention to Jennifer when you call her. And it's possible that they'll say, well, the damage has already been done. Monitor, observe, do what you can. What other factors do you have to consider? I know that time is very, very important. Time is money. So I know that sometimes going through the DHR compliance and review process is very time consuming, but when these, and especially if you're finding artifacts and you have to pause construction, it can be very time consuming and it can be frustrating. That's obviously not our intent, but our intent is always to protect our cultural resources. And that's just it's just our job. So our goal here is to equip you guys, our land managers, to be able to make these decisions for your land and for these projects, especially if it's something like putting in a new sign. We don't want you to have to go through the compliance and review process for that. So that's pretty much what monitoring is about, and what this whole training is about, is trying to save you guys time and money as much as possible. All right, so here's our monitoring results form, our monitoring results letter. You are going to, as you're doing the monitoring, you're going to want to observe. You can take notes. You're going to want to take pictures, whether there are artifacts or not. You're going to want to take pictures. If there are not, great, perfect. Your project goes off without a hitch, and all you have to do is send in this monitoring results report saying, hey, found no artifacts. Here are pictures to show I was out there, I was monitoring, we found no artifacts. This project was undertaken because of the matrix. I used the matrix and I didn't need to consult DHR. I could monitor. Boom, we're good. Of course, if there were artifacts found, you're going to contact DHR and notify DHR. And you're going to want the date and the contact person. Again, most of the time that will be Jennifer Tobias, but sometimes if she's out, you might end up talking to Kelly Chase or someone else. So make sure to take pictures. Make sure to take pictures. We have been seeing a lot of these monitoring results reports, if they are being sent in at all, they're being sent in without any pictures, which it's just, we have, especially if they say, yes, artifacts were encountered and there's no pictures of the artifacts, that doesn't give us any very good information to make sure that our cultural resources are being protected. And this report is part of your duties as an ARM certified individual and as someone who is certified and allowed to monitor this type of work and save some time in compliance and review. So these monitoring reports, especially if the monitoring was requested by compliance and review, these monitoring reports must be sent in. They must be completed and they must be sent in. It's just a one-page digital report. It's available on their website. I'm going to include one of these reports in the handouts packet I send you guys. It really doesn't take much of your time, but it does a whole world of good for us to make sure that these projects are being monitored. All right, and that is our training. I would like to take this time to thank you guys so much for your attention. If you have any questions, I'm going to remain on for a little bit to answer questions. I would also like to remind you that BHR, BAR, we are all here to help you. So if you have any questions, I know this was a lot of information. If you have any questions, please, please, please feel free to reach out to us because we are always happy to help. Probably not tomorrow, but look for early next week, certainly by Wednesday. I will be sending you all the packet of handouts and your certification for this ARM training. I got to get the certifications ready. So next week, I will be sending each of you your certification, proving that you took the training and that you are an ARM certified individual, and I will have your handouts. Perfect. So if you don't hear any, or if you don't get anything from me by Wednesday, please feel free to reach out to me. My email address, let me see if I can send it. My email address is on the ARM training website. Oh gosh, that's not a good color. But yeah, I will make sure to send these all out, all this information out to you, the slides, everything. Trying to write my email address on here, but just send the email to if you don't hear from me with your certifications, just send me an email to the PLA email address, which is posted on the website. I'm the only one who monitors that. I will answer it, and I will say, oh, thank you. Awesome. So thank you guys so much. Again, if you have any questions, I'm hanging around for a little bit to make sure I can answer them. My email is always open. My phone will always answer my phone, or at least call you back. Thank you guys so much for paying attention and for being here. Dwight, to answer your question, your state agency cooperates with another state agency lead area. If you do a project that requires review, I believe that the lead agency should do that, but I'm not entirely sure. So I would suggest getting in touch with Jennifer Tobias to double check that. But I do believe that would be on the lead agency.